Everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is a conference meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It is available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. Included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule is set forth in Resolution R-24-174, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting on July 17, 2024, transmitted to the official newspaper on July 24, 24, posted on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the municipal clerk. Please stand, for those who can do so, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah, it says a conference meeting up here there. I don't see him. I do. I have a question for Madam Clerk, please. On here, this says it's a regular meeting, and the announcement we said is a conference meeting, so just for my clarification, this is a regular meeting, right? Okay.
Yes.
And so when I read that this is a conference meeting, because that's what it says on here, that should be changed to a regular meeting. Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Here.
Counselor Birmingham?
Here.
Counselor D'Amato?
Here.
Counselor Loffman?
Here.
Counselor Toller?
Present.
Counselor Williams?
Here.
Mayor Baskerville?
Present. There have been presented to the council the minutes of November 12th, 2024. Are there any corrections or additions or comments?
Yeah.
Councilor Lockman?
Yes, I was just wondering, Madam Clerk, if you could flesh out a little bit what's in the minutes so that, for example, when you have residents who come up to speak, you might say what they spoke about rather than just giving their names? No?
No, the minutes are not a verbatim record.
No, I
so
understand that, but just to give a little recap of, no. Okay. The next thing was when we have resolutions or ordinances that are tabled, could you give a reason why they were tabled?
if the governing body gives a reason and puts that on the record, I'll gladly put them in the minutes.
Well, they usually do when they say why something is being tabled. It just, kicks off your recollection when you go and read these, what happened at the last meeting. Think
If
about
you
it?
have something that is
Oh, now?
specific to the...
No, I'm just
Okay.
going forward, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? I'd like to make a motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. At this time, we're going to have the reading of a proclamation for Reverend Frank J. Burla by Councilor Lockman. Is there anyone here tonight to receive the proclamation? I know that the 100 Club is going to have a dinner where they celebrate and recognize him. If there's anyone here that would like to come and stand at the podium with Councilor Lockman, please feel free to do so.
I'm going to that dinner, so I could give it to him then if you want.
and I'm going to
Oh, you'll do
present
it too?
at that time.
Oh, okay.
I
All right,
just-
never mind then.
They
We'll
wanted
just-
it read into the
Oh, into the
minutes.
record.
Yeah.
So I should read it instead?
Well, some of it, whichever part you wish
It's
to do.
short, yeah.
Yeah,
Do I
yes.
have to get out?
Yeah, he's been such a
Okay.
contributor.
Should I get up?
I feel so moved, I would.
No, you would?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So this is a proclamation from the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, honoring Reverend Frank J. Burla. Whereas the 100 Club was established in 1966 and maintains a fund that was established to support the family members of police officers and firefighters injured or killed in the line of duty, and to provide scholarships for the qualifying children of Montclair police officers and firefighters. The award, created in 2009, was named in honor of former Montclair Police Chief Edward Giblin and former Fire Chief John Gardner, in recognition of their exemplary community service records as leaders of New Jersey's finest and bravest public safety departments. And whereas the Township of Montclair is pleased to join the 100 Club of Montclair in honoring and saluting the Reverend Frank J. Burla, an esteemed member of his Garden State community, in recognition of his innumerable contributions to the Township of Montclair's and its police and fire departments, as well as its ambulance unit. And whereas Father Burla will be honored with the Giblin Gardner Community Service Award at the 100 Club Annual Dinner on December 4th, 2024. And whereas since his ordination in 1963 for the Archdiocese of Newark, the Reverend Frank J. Burla has served others with dedication and inspiring industry, continually demonstrating the spirit of brotherhood and love underpinning his faith and serving our community. And whereas during his extraordinary career in the priesthood, Father Frank J. Burla served with distinction as a parish priest of Immaculate Conception Church for 47 years until his retirement in June 2011. And whereas, in addition, the Frank J. Burla has lent his wisdom and expertise to Immaculate Conception High School as a teacher, counselor, athletic director, and moderator of the Blue Lion Club, and he has given generously of his time and energy to the citizenry of Montclair and as chaplain for our first responders. And whereas, as a result of his exemplary skill as a sincere and effective leader, which is eclipsed only by his extraordinary understanding of and affection for the people with whom he labors, the Reverend Frank J. Burla has created a standard of excellence towards which others who would serve humanity with compassion and love might strive. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of Township of Montclair proudly join the 100 Club in honoring Frank J. Burla for his many contributions to this community and congratulate him as a recipient of this award.
Attorney Burr, I'd like to announce a small change in the agenda. I'm going to give a few words. It's not noted here, and after that time, I'm going to see if any of the council members wish to say a few words also. This is nothing else on the agenda changes. We're going to have the comments as is scheduled on here. We're going to have the council comments at the end of the meeting on those things. Okay? Good evening. As we convene this November 26, 2024 Town Council meeting, just 2 days before Thanksgiving, a celebration of harvest, intercultural peace, and the welcoming of newcomers to America, the sanctity of home, family, and community, and hope for ourselves and others, according to celebrated historians. I give thanks for these things today, and also I give thanks that governments of Israel and the Lebanese group Hezbollah accepted a proposal to end Israel's conflict with Hezbollah. The ceasefire agreement was backed by Biden administration. Neither Israel nor Lebanon wanted the war with Hezbollah, nor did the United States. The war was one of the deadliest wars in decades, and the war forced 70,000 Israelis to live in country as refugees and 300,000 Lebanese to live as refugees in their country. The ceasefire is meant to bring about a permanent cessation of hostilities. At 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, Thanksgiving Eve, the guns are slated to go silent. I am thankful for this small act of good news. I am mindful that there are Montclairians right here who do not feel safe in our township because of hate speech. As your mayor, I want to make it unequivocally clear that I stand against hate in all of its forms. I believe in fostering a community where every individual, regardless of their background, their ethnicity, their beliefs, can live with dignity and respect and safety. I'm here to tell you that I will never, never condone anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, homophobia, or any forms of hate or behaviors that seek to harm others and cause others to live in fear. I, along with our public safety team, will do whatever we need to do to create a township where all feel welcome and safe. I reiterate, I will never condone any form of hate or behaviors that seek to harm others, threaten others, or make people feel unsafe. We must be vigilant against efforts to encourage division, violence, or evil. Our strength as a community lies in our commitment to one another and to rejecting hate at every turn. Let us stand together as we move forward to build a community of mutuality. Montclair is about unity. What has been used to divide us should now unify us, because Montclair will stand against hate and say no to lending our name of the Montclair Township for the purpose of hate. We stand together and declare that any behaviors that cause harm, fear, or hurt are unacceptable. May we move forward as one Montclair of mutuality, standing against hate. May we be thankful for those who are working to ensure the safety of everyone in this township, and those who are working indefatigably to obliterate hate. Thank you. Councilors, would you like to say anything? Councilor D'Amato?
Well, I second all that. I'm just not sure what it means in specifics. We are certainly tolerating hate. So I would like to stop tolerating hate in specific terms. That's all.
Anyone else? Okay, we're going to move forward, and we will go next to public comment. The public comment, you're going to be allowed to have 3 minutes of comments. Please sign up at the table, and please, when you come before us, if you would give us your name, we would appreciate that. And it'd be really helpful if you monitor your own time to 3 minutes. Thank you. First guest, please. Should I turn it? Yeah. I appreciate that. Hey.
You ready for me, Ms.
Oh, yes, certainly am. Thank
Madam
you.
Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about a social
I'm sorry.
media.
Please, would you give us?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Nicole Farjani, Montclair. I'm here to talk about a social media law enforcement problem that we might be having if you adopt ZenCity tonight. I don't know if it's on the agenda. I got an email. I didn't get an email back from Mr. Lopolo, but thank you, Madam Clerk, for answering. You're always so diligent. Thank you for what you said. We cannot tolerate hate in any form. Absolutely agree. But I have to say, Mr. D'Amato, your emails contained hate, and they contained division. And You've never answered what you meant about the violence you saw and the whatever fear you were trying to bring here, but they sowed division, and you need to be held to a higher standard as an elected official. I'm shocked that our local government, which claims to be progressive, would even suggest to spy on their neighbors. As we know, the IDF is under scrutiny by human rights groups all around the world right now for war crimes, including the United Nations, and Amnesty International, and others. E.L. Feder-Levy is the owner of ZenCity. It's a very controversial data collecting. I'm shocked, like I said. It's well known that these companies aim to restrict online speech. They're controversial. I sent you emails. I'm sure other people have sent you emails. I don't know why it was brought here, Ms. Birmingham. I think maybe you meant well and didn't do your homework, or else you did your homework and you still went with it. I don't know. You would have to clear that up. How does Montclair plan to utilize the data they collect? How much will be shared with police? And who would make that decision if it was shared with police? Reports online show companies like this have been marketed to target protesters, which is a given right. I do not want my town purchasing this type of technology to be used as tools to treat protesters like enemies. In addition, the racist implication of social media surveillance technology are not surprising. We know when law enforcement gets to conceal the use of surveillance technology through things like this, like ZenCity. They also get to conceal its misuse. How can you assure residents that this technology won't be used in racial profiling? I'll leave the rest for another time. Glad to hear it's not on the agenda.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi,
Good
Tony
evening.
Martin, 41 North Fullerton Avenue. I want to be respectful, as Citizen Birmingham used to always say when she showed up at this podium. But I really do want to be respectful. It's 2 days before Thanksgiving, as you've noted, when we will all be called upon to demonstrate rhetorical restraint, and I will do so. However, when I heard about the notice of a potential disciplinary action against our town CFO, who is a hero to many in this community for her excellence and for her whistleblower role, and then when I heard that her request for a public hearing of the complaints against her was denied, I was absolutely incensed. I am further exasperated by having just read a report about the firing of Bruce Morgan, our affirmative action officer, in a new news organ called The Torch, reporter Craig Wolf, whom I greatly respect. We have placed so much hope and faith in you, council members. We voted you in, all of you. You promised to keep the faith with us in fair, open, and honest government. I hope other speakers here tonight will also make it plain that many citizens do not have that kind of faith in town management. We have a strong manager form of government, but we elected you to hold the reins. We elected you to bring change and sunshine and fairness, integrity. Yes, we have a strong manager type of government, but we also have a strong, involved type of community. You are insiders now at the voters' behest, but I beg you to remember what it was like when you were just concerned citizens like us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm John Weber. I live in Bradley Beach, New Jersey, so not from Montclair and not speaking on anything controversial, I hope. So I'm here to speak in favor of the introduction for the ordinance 24-36 with the plastic utensils and whatnot. There's a name for this type of ordinance. It's called Skip the Stuff. And for the benefit of everybody, if you don't know, what we mean when we say skip the stuff is when you order takeout food, you don't get plastic utensils and plastic containers and plastic condiment packages, like every single condiment known to humankind, when you order some takeout food. And the idea behind this is we will make much less plastic waste, and that is the idea. I think we're up to 15 towns in New Jersey have done this. The state is looking at it, but as is often the case, towns are going to lead the way, and towns are adopting skip the stuff ordinances. And I think you are poised to do this, maybe at your next meeting. So I just want to speak in support of that. And I've neglected to mention I work for Oceana, which is an ocean conservation group. So thank you to the council members and whoever brought it to the council. And I look forward to hearing that this passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Council. David Corfage, 58 Tuxedo Road. Very briefly, I can be very brief. I want to thank you for bringing forward the Skip the Stuff ordinance and speak out in favor of it. I hope you pass it, if not tonight, whenever it comes up for a final vote. It's good for the environment, good for the planet, good for the climate. I look forward to getting not as many ketchup packets in my hamburger orders or my Diesel and Duke orders from going forward. But no, just thank you for bringing it forward, and I hope you vote to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kenny Berman, and I live on Highland Avenue. I'm here tonight to address a pressing concern regarding Kevin Amin, the police department chaplain. In previous Township Council and Civil Rights Commission meetings, it has come to light that Mr. Amin has publicly posted anti-Semitic images and videos on his personal Facebook profile. Despite bringing this to your attention, no action has been taken to remove him from his position. While I respect his right to express his opinions as a private citizen, his role as a chaplain represents our community. And it's deeply troubling that we, as a township that prides itself on promoting inclusivity and tolerance, would permit a representative to share such offensive material. I am here to urge the town manager to remove Mr. Amin from his chaplain role. Furthermore, I ask that the town council hold the town manager accountable for this necessary action. Mr. Amin has claimed that he did not perceive these posts as anti-Semitic, despite being informed by members of our community and the Civil Rights Commission that they were indeed offensive. His decision to then double down and repost these clips was a serious affront to our Jewish community and undermines the integrity of our township. You may wonder why more voices aren't present here tonight talking about this. Many in our Jewish community have learned to endure these slights and pass them off as mere misunderstandings. However, I assure you, a significant number are disturbed by not only these posts, but just as important, the lack of response from our leaders. We must take a stand against anti-Semitic propaganda in any form, especially when it emanates from a representative of our township. Thank you.
Yes, Manager Lapola.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. With regards to this issue, the police chief and I have reached out to the imam. We have not been able to reach him. It is our understanding that he's out of the country. But as soon as he returns, we are going to have a meeting with him, and this issue should be resolved. I can't get into more details than that. I would hope that we would have had that meeting prior to tonight's meeting, but we have not. But I can assure you, as soon as we are able to meet with him, it will be addressed.
Thank you, Manager, and I'd like to thank you and thank Chief Conforti for your movement regarding that, and I appreciate you for allowing me and the council to express our concerns so that you can move forward and whatever decisions you make, and so thank you.
Hi, Josh Katz, 99 Midland Avenue. Mayor, first, thank you for your comments at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you.
And for the guys from Oceana, I'd want to give a quick shout out to Montclair House Grill. Whenever you call those guys, they always ask you if you want utensils and plates. So know that you've got an ally there already. And then thank you, Mr. Lapola, for clarifying. And I do hope that upon the imam's return, and hopefully, well, judging from his posts, perhaps he's in Amsterdam, but hopefully upon his return it gets resolved, and that's a great update to have. Mayor, your words were on point, and it's just everyone's wish that the municipal.
Those are the double standards that we're seeing.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks for that.
Excuse me, can I please just ask that we don't have outbursts like that here? I know a lot of the different topics that are on our agenda from time to time can cause people to do that. I had an outburst at the last meeting, and I need to remind myself that that's not acceptable. So please try not to have outbursts like that, and allow the person at the podium to have the fullness of their 3 minutes. So now you can take your full 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. It's okay. I'm used to it from that individual. So as I was saying, appreciate your words and the spirit behind them, and I think your earnest intent, and would just like to see that the municipality lives up to those words by dealing with this situation appropriately, and it sounds like perhaps that's the case. I'm not sure there's more to say about this at this point, just other than that it seems to have, but it took a long time for us to get here, but we're happy we're here if in fact it's moving forward, and I hope that it can get resolved quickly.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Domini, proud owner of 11 Bruce Road, and grateful to be a resident of Montclair. I was 9 years old the first time I came to this town. I didn't grow up here, and 18 years ago, my dream came true. And related to that, I just want to briefly state a little bit about my background. I'm not applying for a job. I'm 74, happily retired. But if I was younger, I would be on the list to be your new manager. Okay. I started off in the Reserve Officer Training Program in college, and I attained the rank of captain in the U.S. Army Reserve. After that, I was an accountant in the private sector, moved on to the public sector, eventually became executive director of a large department in Passaic County with over 100 employees in 3 cities throughout the county. After that, I eventually moved on to William Patterson University. I was an administrator, and as well as the advisor to student government. And I've seen my share of, let's say, politics and politicking. Although we have a nonpartisan form of government here, I'd be very naive to think that the higher powers and parties do not have something to say in how we make our decisions. I sincerely hope, and I have a lot of faith in all of you, and like the previous speaker, I was very concerned when I read about some of the personnel actions here that I feel are unjust and unfair. And I hope that we don't spend another $1.25 million on another lawsuit. It's my understanding that there are several other lawsuits pending. The one thing I learned early on as an officer, I'm only as good, or we are only as good, as the people we lead. And I knew it was my role to lead and motivate. Yes, you have to be technical, but the bottom line is, as a leader, you need to be out front, you need to set the example, and more importantly, set the culture. The culture that we have right now, and it's not any of your faults, the culture that we have right now in Montclair is unacceptable. When I'm so proud to tell people I live here, and most people react with a big smile on their face, wow, you live in Montclair. Yes, that's reality, folks, and that's why people are paying so much to move here. So basically, I know you all live here. I know you wouldn't have run for office. It's not easy. You could have been home having dinner with your family. And I'm just asking all of you to please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name
evening.
is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. Mayor, thank you for your words at the beginning of this meeting. I really appreciate it. And I agree with what you said. So since September of this year, the Jewish community of Montclair has been faced with increasing incidents of anti-Semitism that has taken the form of swastika graffiti, harassment, intimidation, and bullying of Jewish students in our schools, hate speech yelled for hours on the corner of our streets in the center of town, and hate speech used in public comments in our town council meetings by residents and by a Montclair Police Department chaplain who, in addition to using anti-Semitic tropes in his public comments here and in Civil Rights Commission meetings, and also posting anti-Semitic and homophobic content on his public Facebook account, some of which includes calls for violence against Jews, even after he was spoken to about it in Civil Rights Commission hearings and by the local clergy. The chaplain has made it clear that he has no intention of taking the concerns of other town officials or the knowledge of the pain and fear he has caused members of the Montclair Jewish community into consideration, and that he has every intention of continuing to utilize hate speech and content at will. To put this into a broader context, earlier this month, Jews were violently attacked by a large organized mob who had premeditated their attack and Jew hunt a day before carrying out the assault. Reports on this pogrom have revealed that some of the Amsterdam police force ignored the violent assaults on Jews because they felt it was deserved because of their opinions on Israel. In his role as Montclair Police Department chaplain, Mr. Amin provides counseling, comfort to police officers, and also to residents who are victims of crimes or who have lost loved ones in an accident. I believe that Mr. Amin has been provided with more than enough chances to correct his behavior and make an effort to take accountability and work to repair the damage caused by his words and expression of hate towards the Jewish and LGBT communities of Montclair. We cannot tolerate this kind of rhetoric and behavior from an official, especially one who is responsible for counseling and comfort. Enough is enough. Mr. Lapola, we have been exceptionally patient. As someone who was unable to attend the unfortunately unrecorded, not streamed town council meeting held on Saturday, that person shared with me that you said you don't enjoy dealing with these kinds of situations. I understand. I don't enjoy this situation either. Please do the right thing and dismiss Mr. Amin from his role as Montclair Police Department chaplain immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Betty Schmetz, Montclair. I was prepared to speak, and thank you, Mr. Lapola, for what you said, but, just to go on the record, thank you for allowing me to address you today on an urgent and sensitive matter that affects the fabric of our community. I am here, along with several others, to speak about a troubling issue concerning the recent anti-Semitic social media posts made by the imam who serves as the Montclair Police Department chaplain. As you know, the role of a chaplain is one of guidance, support, and unity, particularly within our diverse community. However, when a leader who holds such a position disseminates messages filled with hatred and intolerance, it undermines the very values that we strive to uphold. These posts have not only hurt our Jewish community, but have also impacted all of us. Their message promotes division and fear at a time when we should be fostering inclusivity. The Jewish community in our town is feeling increasingly unsafe and marginalized as these posts contribute to a growing climate of anti-Semitism. We are seeing rising tensions and a fear of expressing our identity freely, which should never be the case in a community that prides itself on diversity and respect. The presence of anti-Semitic rhetoric from a community leader sends a powerful message that cannot and should not be ignored. We believe that the imam's continued role as the MPD chaplain is untenable in light of these actions. A chaplain must embody the principles of compassion, understanding, and unity, qualities that have been called into question by these statements. We cannot allow a figure who promotes hate to represent both our law enforcement and the values we cherish as a community. Our call today is not to silence voices, but rather to affirm our commitment to a community where hatred has no place. We urge the council to take a stand by having the town manager reassess the imam's role within our community. It is critical that we send a clear message that anti-Semitism and any form of hate will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Richard Copier. I live on Seymour Street. I'm just speaking tonight on behalf of my lovely neighbors, people that come visit us. We have a problem with the parking authority, and it just comes down to, I feel like I've been in Montclair for a long time. I moved here when I was a young kid. My parents moved from Europe. They found Montclair to be lovely in every manner, and I've seen it change for good and bad on both parts. My girlfriend, she lives with me on Seymour, and she has to go back and forth every day to Newark Airport to work a pretty heavy shift. She works for probably like $19 an hour. And sometimes we get hit with fees just to find parking for $35 or $70, and that takes a chunk out of your budget. We pay almost $2,000 for rent alone, so we know that Montclair, excuse me, could be very, very expensive in some ways, and then you feel like you're being taxed or punished on that on top of everything else when you try to contribute. I tell everybody how nice the restaurants are to come here. We try to invite her family over, so we try to bring money to Montclair, and sometimes you feel like Montclair is taking money straight back, whether it's for the roads or whatever the case may be, but I feel like we're all frustrated. I have elder neighbors that have trouble to find parking every evening. Like, I'm young, I can walk, but they have trouble finding parking because, you know, one, they have no spaces because none are given on our street for people that might have handicaps. And then on top of that, you know, like I said, my girlfriend's gotten over 20 tickets, and we're responsible. I go on the Montclair Parking Permit Authority website every night and pay $5. I might as well smoke a pack of cigarettes at this point, because at least I get more pleasure out of that, you know? So I feel like if somebody can understand that and feel the humanization of it, I think that's really important. It's like we shouldn't be punished to live in Montclair. It's already, like I said, it's pretty expensive. And already we live in a recession. I own my own business. I'm a photographer, cinematographer, and I understand the cost of living and everything else. But, you know, if a permit is $5, at least slap me on the wrist for 10. Don't hit me with 35 and 70. You know, we all have investments. We all have responsibilities. We all get tired at the end of the day. I feel like we should have the right to just find a parking spot. Let's fight over that. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically what I have to say. I'm speaking from the heart. Hopefully you take it into consideration.
Will do. Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Ariel Eckstedt, 316 Park Street. So I campaigned for many of you sitting up here, and I planted lawn signs, knocked on doors, even hosted gatherings, as did many other people in this room and in Montclair. And you all got a seat on this dais because you ran on some combination of transparency, fiscal responsibility, open communication, and the promise of a new town manager. I'm going to read you some of your own excellent words regarding these subjects. So Councillor Shin Anderson, when asked about the town's top priority, said, hiring a highly competent, effective, and knowledgeable permanent town manager. The person hired must be committed to act in the best interests of the Montclair residents, is able to lead and guide the township departments and their staff, and is committed to regular communication, responsible stewardship of township funds, and making Montclair a place for which individuals will be proud of working. Councillor Loftman said, a search for a permanent town manager should commence immediately once the new council is in place. My team wants to require the town manager to present a report of his activities at each council meeting. Councilor Birmingham said the most pressing issue facing Montclair is to create an environment of transparency and openness. Councilor D'Amato said, the Rao case represents a perfect storm of bad government, and I strongly encourage every Montclair voter to read the CFO's concise complaint to see what is alleged to have been perpetrated in our names. I will absolutely support maximum transparency with regard to all documents in this case. Most of all, we need to make a decisive break with the bad habits and practices that have turned the township government into a lawsuit factory, making quality governing impossible and further injuring our already overburdened taxpayers. So now here we are. Our CFO was served a rice notice and may not get a public hearing. Ms. Rao has been employed here for 11 years. She is always professional, open, kind. She took us through the storm of the last council and was a whistleblower. Her bravery is what led to the ousting of the last council and mayor, in large part, and to all of you now sitting at the dais. And now here we are, 2.5 months after announcing that a search firm had been hired and no communication as to what is going on with the search. Instead, Mr. Lapola seems anchored to this job. Ms. Rao is the type of person I want in our government. It's time for a new town manager, not a new CFO. If you said that a new town manager was part of your platform to get into office, then you owe it to the residents who voted you in to hire someone now. Lastly, I stand with Ms. Rao. She deserves the right to defend herself. No person should be treated as Ms. Rao has and continues to be treated. It's unconscionable, and the roar will get louder if she is terminated. And please pass skip the stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
I'm sorry to interrupt the public comment. I just wanted to briefly sort of nip this in the bud. There is a town manager search that is taking place. It is not true that updates have not been given. I believe that we've almost every meeting, at the end of every meeting, we've given an update, and there's going to be one today. So I would just like to clarify that contrary to what it may be being said, the search is underway and progress is being made. So if anyone cares to reach out to any of us and find out what's going on, you're more than welcome to do that. Thank you.
Did you wish to say anything? Okay. Next guest, please. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Anna Grossman, resident of Montclair. 3 things. First, I support Skip the Stuff and want to thank Judy Myers and Erin Bullen for being the resident advocates who initiated this. Second, please use the Green Acres Grant in a climate resilient way. Do not pour plastic on the ground when you have sustainable alternatives. Third, Mr. Lapola, you hurt my neighborhood. Let me ask you this. Last year, when you found yourself trying to settle the lawsuit the BOE brought against the town, why did you not set up a meeting with Woodman Field neighbors or their lawyer to understand how you could best represent our concerns? If you were genuinely concerned, we would sue, as both you and Mr. Burr kept saying. Did you ever think that perhaps a discussion with neighbors could have resulted in a more harmonious outcome for all, not just for the party that sued our town? At which point did you decide that Woodman Field neighbors had no right to expect zoning code be upheld? Was it before they legally filed an appeal to the permits that you so easily granted, or after the board agreed with us? Listen, I know it's hard to be in the public eye, subject to criticism, speculation, untrue rumors. Trust me, I know. But siding with others and blocking out everyone else is not how you resolve conflict. Good conflict management requires fostering a culture of psychological safety, actively seeking out diverse perspectives, problem solving. Good management requires honest and transparent communication and fairness where dignity is given to all parties. Had you managed conflict well, there would be trees that would be lasting us hundreds of years at Woodman, trees that would shield the side of 50-foot black poles placed only 30 feet from our windows. Maybe there would be retractable poles instead of permanent ones. Maybe our water wouldn't be vulnerable to more PFAS runoff. Maybe there would be significant access for emergency vehicles. Maybe the same dignity extended to MKA neighbors would have been given to our Woodman neighbors. Maybe this community could have healed from what Chairperson Harrison described the other night as a violation of citizens' rights. But you didn't do that. It's clear to all that you took a side. I'm sorry to say I no longer trust you. I no longer respect respect you. I don't trust what you're doing with Ms. Rao, but I do trust Ms. Rao because she's a whistleblower and a shiro. And what she went through in order to speak truth is more than I can ever imagine, especially as the only Indian woman here serving at such a high level. Managing conflict is not taking sides and throwing hardworking people away. Managing conflict is having compassion and ensuring all parties have their dignity respected for the ultimate purpose of our community.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Sarah Avery.
Good evening.
When I began my investigation into fraud and corruption in Montclair, I immediately observed multiple resolutions for increases in not-to-exceed caps and determined that this was an area of high risk since the majority of these resolutions were for professional services. I documented that the township attorney regularly violates NJSA 5:30-11.9C by procuring services for amounts in excess of the not-to-exceed cap without the governing body's authorization as required by law. Vendors with a high-risk profile include Lindabury McCormick, the firm that was hired to perform an independent employment practices investigation in the Rao case. The names of witnesses interviewed were redacted on the invoices provided. Legal invoices generally include a lot of data: date, attorney name, time elapsed, which I translated into an Excel spreadsheet. The Lindabury invoices also include lengthy explanations such as telephone call, follow-up email, preparation of interview summaries, and so on. Because many tasks are presented on the invoices in a narrative format, I assigned each task a code. For example, there are 15 occasions that Attorney Byrd directed revisions to be made to the report drafted by the independent investigator. The original not-to-exceed cap was approved on November 14th, 2022 for $10,000. Invoices through the last date of service, February 2nd, 2023, totaled $19,434. These services were rendered long before the resolution was approved on February 21st for $7,500. At the end of the meeting on Saturday, Mr. Burr stood within inches of my face and asked me to provide him with a copy of my public comment. I said, "You are aware of what you did." And Burr said, "Keep going." I repeated, "You are well aware of what you did in the Lindabury McCormick investigation." And Burr said, "Keep going." I felt intimidated and asked him if he was threatening me. He did not move away, even after I repeated, "Are you threatening me?"
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, I'm Barbara German, lifelong resident of Montclair, and I'm here to speak about 16 Seymour, Seymour Street, period. Parking is horrendous. You can't even find a parking space. I have a handicap placard, can't even find a place to park. I can't do all that walking up the hill, Union Street, to get to the apartment if I'm carrying stuff. It's just terrible out there. Something needs to be done about it since they put that walkway there. The back part of the street, you have to go to the end of the street where the Summit Health is, whatever that is, do a U-turn just to get out of the street every day. It's ridiculous. I mean, did they have any plans for the residents in the apartments? There's 3 big apartment buildings there. One has underground parking, the other 2 have nothing. This is like 7 spaces possibly that you can park. Fire plugs at the top end of the street and another fire plug at the other end. Something needs to be done. It's terrible. I asked to have someone come out there and check and watch the traffic coming in and out. This morning I sat in a space 10 minutes because UPS pulled up alongside me to make his deliveries. He said, "Could you please wait?" I said, "Sure." Another truck comes up, FedEx or somebody. I mean, you're just sitting there. It's horrible. When they thought about that walkway, did they think about the residents who live in those apartments? No. I have my crew here that live at Seymour Street. We're all having the same issue. It's terrible. Something needs to be done. Nobody wants to pay to park. You live there, you should be able to park there, period. I'm not paying to park.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Joan Pransky, 11 Stevens Street. Yes, I checked. You all spoke about transparency when you were running for office. Councilor Laughlin, you sat across from me at a table. You talked about how important transparency was. It made me go out and collect signatures for you and ask others to do the same. Transparency in government is about openness, encouraging participation from residents, listening, hearing, and responsiveness from elected representatives. Transparency and accountability go hand in hand. Together, they stimulate public engagement, they strengthen and enrich a democratic process, they improve government. This is what fosters trust and satisfaction with government. Critically, this is what prevents corruption in government. This is the best of democracy. Regularly, I now get calls about council members seeking to close committee and commission meetings, limit public comment sessions, limit the subject matter, limit the time to speak, and council members determined to sit quietly without query, without feedback or engagement, no matter how expertly informed by its residents. Democracy is messy, and apparently many of you don't want it. I fear your takeaway from the previous council has been that the more closed you are, the more efficient and effective you will be, and the more things will go smoothly and quietly. I believe the eventual consequence is more likely to be a hostile, distrustful community, a council less informed and divorced from its knowledgeable residents, making poorer decisions, resulting in the absence of civility, a recipe for litigation. I can't believe you're about to do this to Ms. Rao again. Mayor, you've been beloved by this community because one of the reasons is, as a councilwoman, you held regular ward meetings, urged your constituents to come to council meetings and discuss their concerns for all to hear, televised for the benefit of the entire community, engaged with them when they spoke to bring out their concerns, asked for responses from members, town manager, and the council. You insisted on being informed. You refused to be silenced. You refused to allow your constituents to be silenced. Mayor, you are in control of how these meetings should operate. You can take input, but do not cede your authority. Please be who you have always been and design these meetings in accord with the democratic process you always knew was best for Montclair.
Received. Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Dave Herron. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, for your words of support to our community. You know, when people say it's our community, I've been coming to a couple of the meetings lately because I was taking the back seat, and Dr. Baskerville, you know how much I love a good fight. I hear something that's disturbing. I've been the NAACP president past for 12 years. Prior to that, for 20. I was education chair for the NAACP. I was the vice president. We fought hard. Did I say hard? We fought hard to stop bigotry, hatred, and yet I'm hearing from some of my neighbors say they are afraid. We are allowing our neighbors to be in fear. No, we shouldn't allow that. You, as elected officials, have to step up to the plate sooner rather than later. it disheartens me to hear that people say they live in fear. See, as African Americans, we know what fear is. And we won't do it. We won't allow it from anyone. Hatred lives in Montclair. Racism, folks, is here. It's here, and we need to address it. You as council people said, we want to be transparent. I don't see transparency here, folks. You say you want a community. Community requires interaction, not for you to go behind closed doors and divvy up your little sidebars. Stop it. Stop doing this to this community. I voted for some of you. If I could take that vote back, I would. I've heard comments from some of the people sitting up there addressing the audience saying, "Don't the flag represent you?" How dare you? I also heard someone say, "Oh, African Americans are less in this town. It's not as many." But that's okay, because we're getting Hispanics and Asians. That is racist. You gotta stop it. If you don't know what racism is, call me. I'll explain it to you. You guys have got to get on the stick. We are not feeling it. And you know something, folks? We ain't going away.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Sharon Rab Muhammad. I'm a resident of Seymour Street. I've been a resident in Montclair since 19...
Excuse me, is it possible for you to speak up just a little bit?
Sorry. I've been a resident of Montclair since 1987 with 2 properties, and now I'm downsized to 16 Seymour Street, 2-bedroom. There are several issues on Seymour Street that really need to be addressed. Goddard School has children that they have out on the plaza that's divided off, and they start from 11 o'clock until later on in the afternoon, and there are babies there that cry hysterically all the time. And I know the difference between a baby that's cry that needs attention versus one that just is crying. That's number one. Number two, you've taken 5 parking spaces off now with the permit parking, and you have accommodations for trucks that come and deliver. In them doing so, they're on the opposite side of the street going in the opposite direction. So if you're a tenant there and you have to bring your packages in, you can't even get your packages out because you have people beeping on the horn for you to get out the way. That's number 2. You have an entrance on Fulton and one on Seymour that you can go in and out, exit and entrance on both streets instead of having it a drive-through like the one on Park Street. And then when the Wellmont has an affair, you have to wait for your parking space. So then when the cleanup comes through the street, they do not do trash removal on Seymour Street. No trucks come through there at night, or day, to clean the street up. The other thing is that the people who come and pick up their children, they don't have a displayed parking permit. So they're utilizing our parking spaces until they pick up their children, and they sit in the car sometimes and wait for their children to come out of there. So it puts us at a disadvantage. The street should never be a cul-de-sac, and a cul-de-sac is a turnaround. That has businesses on it, which impacts us as residents. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Mark Mazaka, Seymour Street. I want to say first and foremost that
although there's some other issues that have been brought up, as the Seymour Street issue is still very big. First off, there's a danger. So you had the school she was just speaking of, and when the mother and daughter, mother, father and son, whoever, come up the street, then they go into the street, they get in their car, there's Ubers running down, crazy. It's a very dangerous situation that needs to be handled. Also, the permit parking needs to be enforced. It's super easy to enforce. That's all we ask you guys to do. Enforce the permit parking. I can have good ideas if you guys want to talk about it, but please help. Please help. Thank you.
Did you say your name? Did he say his name? Did you say your name? I'm sorry.
Mark Mizaka.
Mizaka. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jamie Bedrin. I actually came to speak this evening about something to do with driving and parking in Montclair, but I also want to say that I'm grateful that you are taking the issue with the imam seriously, because there's just no need for any type of dissemination of anti-Semitism on social media in Montclair or anywhere else. I feel really badly for our neighbors in Montclair who can't seem to find anywhere to park and are dealing with this repeated issue. I was at a council meeting a few weeks ago, and a woman got up and said, that she has to pay $5 a night, and it really doesn't make sense. We've got to come up with some kind of solution, whether we can offer some kind of permit in one of the garages, or let's help them, because as a resident, I feel bad. When I can't park, and it's terrible that people are unable to, particularly someone who may be handicapped or elderly. What I really came to talk about, though, is the situation at the YMCA and the wonderful, beautiful deck over there. I'm there all the time because I have a child that's on the swim team, and when you are in the deck, and you are leaving certain times of the day, and you want to leave on Park Street, you're not supposed to make a left if you're leaving. You're supposed to go right as you're heading towards, northern part of town versus the southern part of town. You cannot safely turn out of that deck because nobody's enforcing the parking situation, and there are trucks blocking. Typically, it's a truck. Essentially, they've created a jam. So when you go to pull out, I look to the left, then I look to the right, then I look to the left, then I look to the right, then I look to the left, I look to the right, and I hold my breath and I pray that I'm not going to hit somebody, that someone's not going to walk or bike into my car, or that a car isn't going to sort of be like a sleeper and come around. So can you guys visualize what I'm talking about? I'm leaving that deck. The Y is now on my right, Pizza Place is on my left, Church Street. Okay, I don't know what we can do, but I'm fearful because I'm a thoughtful, responsible driver, and I'm scared I'm going to hurt somebody because there's just no line of sight. And I don't know if there needs to be more enforcement there. This issue creeps up all over Montclair. This is just one example that I think we really need to address because there's so many kids coming in and out of that lot. And it's such a congested lot. Thanks.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good morning. Oh, good morning. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, it's nighttime. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ahava Felicidad, on behalf of the tenants organization of Montclair, the advocacy group with the community that brought us all rent control. Let's see, the last couple of council meetings, my tone was just entirely too melancholy. It's because all these things are going on in town, and sitting in here, it kind of feels like an anvil on your back sometimes. And I prefer to be a much more light-hearted person, beyond wanting things to be structured and organized to help people the most. So, I'm going to keep it more light tone today, although there are a lot of things going on in town. What I'm hearing here at the podium, things that I do know about, have recently read about, or read about in the past. I don't like what I see. I don't like what I hear here. A lot of the things are upsetting, but I would love to focus on more of the silver lining. So I'm going to hold my tongue on one of the emails that I received today in the Tenants.org Gmail, and I'm going to go on to a letter that one of my friends wrote, a letter to the editor to the Star Ledger. So for those of you who do not know, in the November 18th Star Ledger, NJ.com, we have a letter from Noemi Gisbenk. And we're both Montclair High graduates, and we did music together. We were in band and orchestra. This is more New Jersey towns should embrace rent control. I won't read the whole thing, just enough. A lot of people want to live in Montclair and consider it a special place. I grew up there and have owned a home in Montclair since 2009. Our town has a fascinating mix of people from all walks of life, which enriches us and enlarges our perspectives. We are also very lucky that the Tenants Organization of Montclair Advocacy Group successfully secured rent control starting in May of 2022. The ordinance caps annual rent increases at 4% and 2.5% for seniors 65 plus for many of the rental units in town. That's incredibly important because rents are already significantly higher in Montclair than most other towns in New Jersey. Without rent control, we'd become a victim of our own success and quickly price out people with more modest incomes, becoming more homogeneous every year. It's also important for building continuity among generations. Perfect timing. Tenants Organization Montclair at gmail.com, 973-936-8848, and direct into me, 973-619-2855. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi. Excuse me. My name's Jen Robleski, and I live at 154 Upper Mountain. I'm here tonight as a 51-year-old professional woman and the mother of a 14-year-old daughter. I am standing here in support of the CFO. I am so saddened to know that this relentless retribution against a whistleblower in our town is going to continue. I haven't been here to comment with the new council. I was here a lot before the most recent election, and I'm so happy that you're all here. But this is just devastating. It is devastating to know that that Ms. Rao is, again, dealing with whatever it is that can't abide her whistleblowing and her standing up for our community and our town, and it's just devastating. And I just want to be here as a witness to what she's been through. Additionally, the Bruce Morgan being fired sort of boggles my mind, and I just hope that in the fast-moving activity of Montclair, which is like so busy and complicated all the time, I just hope that we keep our eye on what's going on here. And a lot of us are paying attention, and it's just devastating. And I stand here in support with Ms. Rao, who I saw just walked in. So thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Abhishek Shah. I'm the new Executive Director of the Montclair Center Bid. I'm here to implore you to pass the free holiday parking for the downtown and the entire township's commercial districts. Free holiday parking isn't just something that is a giveaway. It's something that creates economic vitality, draws people to our vibrant commercial districts, and removes a barrier to access. Some may say that, $2 or a few dollars for parking isn't much. And while it isn't, for some it's a lot. And at this time of year, especially after the economy being the way it is, and I go shopping too, those few dollars can be the difference between someone coming to shop and someone not. And it's a message that we're sending, saying that everyone is welcome to come and shop here, regardless of your income status. And hearing from other residents here, well, not other residents, I'm not one, unfortunately, but I think there is something we can definitely do to work on these parking. I know some of you have already talked to my predecessor, Jason Gleason, about parking and all the data we've been working on. We're looking to work with the township and work with the community at large to improve and make this more accessible for everyone, especially those living and residents near the commercial districts in the downtown. So hopefully this kind of holiday parking will incentivize people to not park in residential areas and park more in the downtown, and hopefully give back some of the residents their parking spaces. So I implore you to please pass the resolution this evening. Let's sit down, get to know each other more, and talk more about how we can reform these things and work on making this work better for the entire community at large. And really, I hope everyone here is having a decent night, has a happy Thanksgiving, and if you have any questions, please contact our office. Many of you have my number, contact me, and I hope that we can pass this and look forward to working alongside of all of you. Lastly, is it appropriate if I give a compliment to one of the employees, or at least the office here? If it's not, I can just email it to you.
Good girl.
In the spirit of being the holiday season, I do want to shout out to one of the first departments I got to work with as the interim director, which is the clerk's office. They did a phenomenal job, really came to bat to help out with the permit process, and I really want to thank the whole office, the staff, for all their work, and I really appreciate everything you guys did. So thank you for making my job easier. It's one of the first things I had to take on as the interim director, and I really appreciate it, and I hope, this brings a little bit of joy to a very serious evening. Have a wonderful night, happy Thanksgiving, and look forward to talking to you more soon. Take care.
Thank you. Next guest, please. Seeing none. Oh,
Number 23.
okay.
Good evening. I'm Chrissy Thomas, Second Ward, lifelong resident, active and involved citizen, lawyer, municipal government aficionado. I really want to be able to sit quietly and clap loudly for this new council and to believe the change, that you're all the change that we hope for and that you can implement it well. But sadly, I can't sit back and clap yet. I worked tirelessly, knocking on doors, making calls, because I believed in Eric, Eileen, Carmel, and Amina. I believed they could bring the kind of government that we all deserve, a government that listens and acts with integrity and that makes a real difference in our lives. That's what Renee, Rahum, and Susan Shin Anderson all said they wanted too, and I have faith in all of you. But 4 months into your terms, I find myself deeply troubled. I've been impressed by Mayor Baskerville's thoughtful questions sometimes, and I've been equally disheartened by the nonsensical, dismissive answers from Mr. Burr. His advice is to a counselor to, when in doubt, sit it out, especially in matters of responsibility and duty, it wasn't just poor guidance. It was a dereliction of legal duty. It was malpractice. I also thought that Eileen, Eric, Amina, and Renee would stand by the whistleblowers, Bruce Morgan and Padmaja Rao, who showed courage in exposing wrongdoings. I encouraged every person in this room to look up www.torchofmontclair.com to read about what really happened to Bruce Morgan and what's now happening to Padmaja Rao, who appears to have been mistakenly and illegally told that her rice notice somehow does not actually allow her the right to a public hearing, which is a misunderstanding of basic case law. So too is Mr. Burr's mistaken belief that the law somehow requires the town to give a rice notice, which applies to employees only, to volunteers. Then there was the Saturday meeting. Its sole purpose, it seemed, was to shut out the public, hope that nobody appeared, people like you and me, whose voices are too often dismissed as noisy. But the public always deserves to be heard, not just when it's convenient or when it fits a certain convenient narrative that someone wants to move forth. I'm truly disheartened to see how quickly the new council members have allowed themselves to be guided, not by the wisdom and intelligence that they possess, but by an executive suite that, frankly, has not served us well at all. as Ira Karasik so eloquently said in his comments in the Local, which I encourage you all to read. You counselors have to make the hard decisions when those in power are not living up to the responsibilities entrusted to them. You can and you should reconsider the appointments of the manager and the attorney and take action on behalf of the township to ensure its proper functioning. The CFO deserves to be recognized for her work. A raise should be a priority if we're serious about maintaining professionalism and fairness in government. If we don't want to be sued, we should consider getting Bruce Morgan back and taking out the town manager. This isn't about politics. It's about doing what's right for our township, our community, and for all the people who believe in you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hi, my name is Lynn Stockhammer, and I live on Forest Street. I came here initially to talk about one subject, so I'm just going to keep it short about a number of them that were brought up tonight and that have also been going on social media. To start with, and I had not planned to talk about this, there's been a mischaracterization about the group that was also referred to tonight, which is New Jersey Peace Action, Montclair chapter, and we do stand on the corner and have been for decades at the Fullertons and Church Street. This group was formed after the nuclear bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the primary purpose had to do with the abolition of nuclear weapons. It continues to be a goal to work for peace. The past year has been primarily, year and a half now almost, primarily directed towards protest of what's going on with our taxpayer dollars. It's nonpartisan in terms of the murdering of children and an entire culture and population and health system and infrastructure in Gaza. And I'm also very happy to hear about the efforts that are being made now in Lebanon. What's being characterized as hate speech by New Jersey Peace Action is, and I'm Jewish, by the way. I just feel I have to say that because there are a lot of, and I know you're all laughing behind me and nodding your heads. Excuse me? Excuse me? We have people who travel on buses and at great time and expense, especially since the vigils have been starting earlier. And I stand with my Palestinian sisters and brothers, and they come from other towns and from Clifton and other communities. This is not anti-Semitism. It is a protest against both the government of Israel and their practices and our United States tax dollars that are going towards billions and billions, well, not billions, I don't know the figure, forgive me for being loose with that. A lot of money towards killing. Money that could be spent here to feed and clothe and house people that we need in this country and in our town. And that's the primary focus now. Very quickly, I also came to speak out against ZenCity. I sent an email very late in the day today, and I very much apologize for that. After Saturday's meeting, it's just been a crazy time for me. I hope you will read the articles and realize the potential for complete intrusiveness of this social media tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hi, before you start my time, can I just quickly ask, because it's not in the agenda, if the numbers are still the same for the two consecutive items of bird netting at 95 and a contribution to MASH at 35? Is that still as is?
What is she asking?
Did it change from the last meeting when you discussed it? Because is that being put through
I
tonight?
don't think so. I think
Okay.
it's pretty much the same. But
Thanks.
yeah.
Couple of things. I understand you're passing Skip the Stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Jessica Stolzberg. I live in Montclair. Thanks so much for passing Skip the Stuff tonight. There's going to be some pretty easy, basic communication that would be really highly effective to get that rolling and just to make sure that the restaurants are on board, et cetera. If that's not in place among you, please, I think you guys by now probably know who you could reach out to. There's a lot of volunteers ready to go and really excited about it and would be happy to help. So at the last meeting, and I guess it's what is being proposed for tonight, you were discussing a contribution to MASH for $35,000. I just want to, which is great, I just want to mention that today I got in my email a message from Tony's Kitchen. They're looking for $50,000 because they need to upgrade their kitchen equipment. They serve 80,000 hot meals to members of our community a year. And yesterday, NewJersey.com published an article about the unhoused population of New Jersey. It's up by 23% in the last year. Essex County, 43%. I was pretty shocked by that, 43%. I obviously don't know what it is in Montclair. So this brings me to the other expenditure that the town manager has recommended that we need to spend $95,000 on bird netting to control bird poop at a parking garage. And at this juncture, I highly recommend you table that expenditure. Also, I happen to know some really talented needle masters in town. Maybe we need to just crochet bomb the garage, and that will take care of the issue for free, and it'll be gorgeous and fun. So let's look into that at no cost. And I really would encourage you to take the $95,000 that the town manager is recommended for what he described as a very serious issue, and move it on over to Mesh and Tony's Kitchen, because I think that as we head into the winter months, knowing that there are members of our community who need food and shelter is a very serious issue. And we owe it to these members of our community to spend the funds that we have on their well-being, not on bird poop. Lastly, there's also an expenditure that's being proposed for this new software, ZenCity, at close to $20,000 a year. I don't know if you're doing it for 1 or for 3. And I understand wanting to streamline public opinion and engagement, but we are in this room and in your inboxes for free all the time. So again, $20,000 a year, let's give it to issues that we need to give money to more pressingly. Thank you.
Next guest, please.
Hello.
Good evening.
My name is Christine O'Gara Mazzacca. I've lived at 16 Seymour Street for the past 8 years. My husband and I have lived through the construction of 2 Willow Street, I think it's called, and the whole plaza. And we enjoy, going to the Wellmont once in a while and having our friends over and going to a concert. But for the most part, my family and friends say, I don't know how you live on Seymour Street. And I'm used to it, but they're aggravated just coming to visit me. The main problem is the lack of enforcement. The Goddard School, they put this daycare right in the corner of the plaza. They provide spots for free for the parents to park in the parking garage, but they don't do that. They park illegally in the cul-de-sac, which actually doesn't bother me because it bothers my neighbors who can't get in their driveway. But I would rather they do that than park in my permit parking spots that we pay for, because I come home from work, I work on Park Street, I have a 2-minute commute, and then I sit in my car for 20 minutes waiting for the daycare people, I call them, to come out of I know who they are because we kind of know all the cars on our street, out of town plates, someone who just moved to Montclair, they got their kids into Goddard, and they park in the permit spots. And if they're sitting in the car, I go up to them, wave my hand. Every night when I come home from work, it's a little confrontation. Wave my hand, do you have a permit? Oh, I pay for this spot, and they usually leave. Sometimes they ignore me, sometimes they're not in the car, I can't get them to move. But it is really a lack of enforcement. And people maybe they're coming to shop on Bluefield Avenue, I'm just gonna park on Seymour Street, because they never enforce it, because they got rid of the hang tags, and now it's all by license plates. But we talked to the municipal parking people, we like them, we want them to do their job. They say only, a couple cars have the license plate readers. So they can't enforce it. So people just keep parking in the same permit spots, they get away with it. Once in a while, I have to park illegally because there's no spots. I don't have time to park in the municipal lot and run around. So I park illegally. Maybe I'll get a $70 ticket. It's my own fault. I parked illegally, but I just had to do it. And the other issue is I would park in the municipal lot on Fullerton, but the wait for day permits is like 3 years. I should have gone on it when I moved to town, but the lot is empty all day. So I don't know why the wait is 3 years for an empty parking lot. So I'm forced to either pay to park in the parking garage, which I can't do when it's a show at the Wellmont because it's $30. So, my options are, as a police officer told my husband a couple years ago, Montclair is a very expensive town to live in. But, for people who live in apartments, it's extra expensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sitting listening. I don't know all of you. I do know that young lady is sitting right there.
Good evening.
But I can't judge you because I can't create myself, so I don't judge my own self. So we all have ability to do things in the world.
Excuse me, please. Would you give us your name, please?
My name is Dr. Murad Mohammed.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to tell you why I have a love for 16 Seymour Avenue Street. I want to say that you all don't know me, but Governor Burns came to me and asked me to buy the bulletproof vest for the state troopers. I did just that. I put 500 officers in Newark, New Jersey that never, ever carried a pistol. And here, I came here, and I want you to know that my life is I'm a doctor, and I have my license with the Casino Control Board. That means I can run for governor, senator, or own a casino. So I got those licenses. And I put Governor Murphy in office. And I said, I won't do it. He knows I got 40,000 doctors in the state of New Jersey. It's a long story. But I'm on ABC, NBC, CBS, HBO, USA, and I own all my rights exclusively. I put Bob Iger in office. I did that for ABC. I do just ratings. So I came here to rest. I did so much for the police department. It's unbelievable why they love me here. All of them love me here. Because when Captain William Bashir, I spoke on his behalf, got a standing ovation for every man that came here. Tracy was the woman there. And Tracy is the one that have a great love for me. She talks to me all the way from Miami. I want to say this. I watched not once, 3 people, little kids almost died. The way they shoot out there, if that lady would not have grabbed her, and she was gone. This is what's happening here. They hitting cars, getting away with it. And they stole all the cars where we park at, when we want to park. So I said to them, go to Newark and find the ones you stole all the cars. They fought 20 cars that were stolen right around the corner from us. Now I say this because I'm in every app. My name is Murad Mohammed. I'm in the Wikipedia. You got to be a billionaire to be in there. I'm in every app on the country. I'm in every library in this country. Just put in my name. But I came here because of my wife. She's been here for 18 years, and I wanted to rest. That's what I wanted to do.
Excuse
But I'm
me,
saying-
Mr. Mohammed, I'm sorry. We are concerned about what you want to have. We have a rule here about 3 minutes. Are there some things that you would like to tell us very quickly, because your 3-minute time period is up?
I would like to just see if I can help to stop what's going on in Seymour. If you do that, I'll be able to help you all financially. Peace and love.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening,
Good evening.
councilors. As you all know, I was served a rice notice on Friday by Mr. Burr. And the last item on the agenda, I understand, includes a discussion about me. Since it is a discussion about me, I am requiring that it should be held in the public session. And I understand there are other employees involved in this, but if you all governing body members want to discuss these other employees, you can definitely do that in the private session if they so like, but it is because the discussion is about me, I am requiring that it should be done in the public session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Received. Thank you.
Good night, I'm
Good
Mariana
evening.
Horta. I live on Gardenhurst Avenue. And I'm here tonight to thank Ms. Rao because she has been standing up for us. And she has sought transparency when other people chose to hide things from us. And she didn't need to take on that lawsuit. It wasn't for her. The only people who get rich with lawsuits are lawyers, and she's an intelligent woman. She knew that, but she also knew that that was the way for Montclair residents and taxpayers to know what was happening in our town. She deserves better than this notice right before the holiday season, when she's been working in this town for over 10 years, and she's been standing up for us. I'll never forget that she filed that lawsuit immediately after the Glen Ridge fire contract, that she was sidelined on. All her work to assess the cost of the contract was hidden from the previous council, and that cost us over $1 million a year. That is the price of not having a good attorney. That is the price of sidelining your competent CFO. And whatever you believe about her today, I would like you to question yourselves if you can be sure of it. How much confirmation corroboration do you have? And how would you like for it to happen to a member of your family? Rao has so many late nights at work and so many early mornings. A friend of mine told me that she rented an apartment downtown. She spends time away from her family, spends nights away from her family. That's her level of dedication to this town. People should be ashamed, honestly. And people should be ashamed of that Saturday meeting. I lack the words to describe it, so I refer you to Eileen Birmingham's comment on December 6th of 2022 about meetings that are not streamed for the public. I was very unhappily surprised to not find a recording of that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others? Okay. Just for my knowledge, please, Is it okay if I ask our attorney to reply to Ms. Rao, because I'm not even clear about what that would entail. I would have no reason not for her to do that in public, but I don't know the law, so I defer to our counselor, our counsel.
Mayor, I had sent a response to Ms. Rao with the law related to her request to have this discussed in public. There were other employees.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
I'm speaking in the mic. There are other employees that received rice notices relating to the matter that's being discussed tonight and pursuant to OPMA. Those employees would have
Excuse me, we can't hear you. Speak louder.
I'm speaking to the council right now.
Good, we have a right to hear what you're saying.
You should be able to hear me. Do you want me to scream?
Excuse me, please, if the audience is having a difficult time. Attorney Burr, would it be better if you go down to the podium? Because I think that if we're going to have the meeting, I would like for everybody to be able to hear this and understand it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Attorney Burr.
I think that's rude, Mr. Perron, that you mumble under your mouth about me.
Mr. Herron, please, thank you.
I'm pulling up the law, Mayor and Council and public. Pursuant to N.J.S.A. 10:4-12B8, that's Open Public Meetings Act. A public body may exclude the public only from a portion of a meeting at which the public body discusses any, under sub 8, matter involving the employment, appointment, termination of employment, terms and conditions of employment, evaluation of the performance of, promotion, or disciplining of any specific prospective public officer or employee, or current public officer or employee employed or appointed by the public body, unless all the individuals, employees, or appointees whose rights could be adversely affected request in writing that the matter or matters to be discussed at a public meeting. Which that means is anybody who is riced on a particular matter that is being brought before on a personnel matter that is being brought before the council to be discussed would have to have all of those employees request that the comments or the discussion take place in public. If any one of them do not make that request or request that it be held in closed session, their right to confidentiality exceeds the employee's right to have the matter discussed in public. The matters that are being discussed before you, we are unable to separate out those employees, the involvement of those employees with Mrs. Rao's discussion in order to speak about Ms. Rao or her matter in public without discussing those other employees. So the law doesn't permit us to hold the discussions in public. It has to be held in closed session. There are two cases on point: Olivieri versus Callstat, East Rutherford Regional Building of Education, 160 NJ Super 131, App Div 1978, where that court found the right to have the public meeting discussed publicly is a right that must be exercised by all affected employees. So again, the court held that if you're going to have a discussion about a personnel matter that affects multiple parties or multiple employees, it must be, all the affected employees must say they want it to be held in public in order for the discussions to take place in public. There's another case, Samadris versus Patterson Public School District, some address versus Patterson Public School District, 466 NJ Super 40. There, the appellate division addressed the Open Public Meetings Act and its legislative intent. In that case, the court held that the New Jersey legislature clearly and expressly declared that a public body may exclude from certain meetings in its examination of N.J.S.A. 10:4-12B8, which is the exception in the Open Public Meeting Act for personnel matters to be discussed in closed session, that it found that the statute has no ambiguity in its application. All right, so the statute says if you're going to discuss a personnel matter, it's exempt from Open Public Meetings Act, and it should be discussed in closed session because the employee has a right to confidentiality. That employee can waive the rights, as Ms. Rao would like to do for her particular matter. However, there are other employees affected, and those employees are entitled to have their matter discussed in closed session based on their confidentiality. And they have not requested to have this matter discussed in public.
Question, may I?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, I didn't see you. Sure, go ahead.
So, Mr. Burr, I just wanted to know, were those other employees, other than Ms. Rao, asked if they wanted to have, if they would be willing to have this done in open public session?
Those employees were served with rice notices, just like Ms. Rao.
Right.
And they had the right to request by 5 p.m. today that this matter be discussed in open public session. We have not received those requests from those employees.
Just to follow up, were they aware that Ms. Rao wanted to have this in open public session?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Toller?
Thanks. The two cases that you stated, is school law the same as municipal law? Because the
Yes.
two cases you stated, I just
Yes,
wanted for the record.
the Open Public Meeting Act applies to public entities. That includes school boards.
And the rice law, because it sounded like when you started, you were reading the Open Public Meeting Act for executive session. Is there a separate rice law?
No.
So you're
It's
saying?
rice is case law.
Okay.
About a public employee's right, which originated in a matter relating to a teacher against a Board of Ed or a board district, school district employee. I don't know if it was a teacher exactly, but in their right to have received notice that the board was going to meet and have a discussion in closed session about their.
Yeah, no, I work for the
employment.
Board of Ed. We
Okay,
do rice
yeah,
notices too, so I'm familiar with. the
Rice
process
notice
and
is
and
the
procedure.
same, right. So for municipal employees, county employees, state employees, government employees in New Jersey are entitled to a rice notice.
Councilor Giamatto?
So there must be some way to sever some of the content.
I won't be able, I can't give you an opinion on that until after we are in
Until
closed session.
after, but it doesn't mean that if it is said in executive session, that by definition it then becomes privileged.
Well, it depends on what the content is and how it relates and whether it's privileged or confidential information.
Now,
And
if we, as a governing body or a majority thereof, wanted to have an open hearing on the general topic of these beefs, capital T, capital B, we can have that hearing, correct?
I'm not, repeat the question. Someone was
If we would
talking.
like, if we would prefer to have an open hearing on the CFO's situation, not having to do with these three Rice employees per se, but just the larger issue, we are free to do this. Only on this particular topic
Well, it
and any allegations.
Can I just be clear? As long as you're not discussing anything that has to do with another employee. Whether that can happen or not.
What about if it has to do with it? What about if it has to do with the manager, who is a political appointee?
If it has to do with the manager?
Yes.
And so if you want to discuss the manager's employment,
If
I'm not clear.
I would like
what
what
that's-
despite what people think, I do just want to have an open airing of whatever the issues are that can be talked about to the maximum, extent that's possible under the law. And that would mean having a hearing where several of the key parties can give their side to the stories that we hear about and read about. So I would like to know what the legal framework for such a discussion in public would be.
If it involves personnel matters, I do not believe you can hold that. Hold a hearing in public if it involves other employees. That's my opinion. So I don't know how you would go and have a discussion and a hearing. I'm not sure what you mean by a hearing, what that looks like. However, if it involves other employees, you can't. It would be a violation of the law.
Would we be able to, I didn't mean to cut you off, Councilor
No.
I think what you're trying to say is, would we be able to hear Ms. Rao out right here in public with whatever her stance is, and not involve the other employees that may have a case or an issue against her or with her? You just want to hear from her. We want to hear from her in public. Is that what you're asking?
I mean,
Councilor Birmingham?
thank you. I have no idea what's going on, honestly. The question I guess I have is, we are going to hear in executive session what's going on, and then if it does seem like, again, I have no idea, honestly, but if some action is being taken that applies to Ms. Rao, can that be publicly discussed then? And if that is her desire to, again, I have, honestly, I have no idea.
If it only involves Ms. Rao, I would say yes.
Okay.
Right? If after we are in executive session, after the discussion is had, if there is anything that specifically involves Ms. Rao, doesn't involve any other employee, and you want to have that conversation, the majority of the governing body wants to have that conversation out in open public session, I would say there is a path forward for that discussion with Ms. Rao.
If we want it, we could have executive session with said employees afterwards. Is that correct?
You can invite an employee or employees into executive session, but you have to keep in mind, you can't discuss those employees with the other employee, right? Because they're entitled to confidence. So for instance, if it's me as the town attorney and you want to discuss with me confidential matters that pertain to Ms. Rao, I wouldn't be permitted, unless it was a litigation issue, I wouldn't be permitted to hear that, and I shouldn't be privy to that. If Ms. Rao is in there and you're going to start talking about her.
After, if she has her public hearing, if this is something the full council wishes to do, we could then later, when we go into executive session, not have Ms. Rao there, but the other employee speak to that person at that point in time in executive session.
You
Is that
could
an
if they
option?
were available.
Okay.
About their particular.
Right, correct. Okay.
Councilor Lockman?
I just want to say, I feel like I'm on the same page as Eileen. We're coming into this executive session with apparently a controversy about Ms. Rao, and I have no idea what this is about. And we are supposed to lend some kind of judgment or way forward with her without coming in, hearing whatever we hear, and for whatever the length of the executive session is, go through that and then come up with a decision, maybe? I have no idea. I don't know. Well, she probably knows more about what's going on than I do.
Let me
Yeah.
remind you
Yeah,
about the Faulkner Act.
yeah.
Right. Ms. Rao, in her capacity as Chief Financial Officer, is a personnel that is supervised by the manager.
Right.
All right. Contrary to belief that she's a council appointee, which she is not. Okay, she receives tenure, and I won't even say she receives tenure from the council. She receives tenure by statute for working for the township as the CFO for 4 years, and then submitting, if she continues to work after the 4th year, submitting a letter to the clerk and to the local government services that request tenure.
So when is her 4-year term up?
She's already tenured.
She's tenured.
She's
It's not
already a
every 4
tenured-
years. Yeah,
Ms.
okay.
Rao-
I'm just
Ms.
saying.
Rao is already tenured.
Thank you.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah.
saying, let me
sorry.
I don't want to go into details about her position. I'm just saying about the chief financial officer position in broad terms, is that you do not have authority to discipline her, take action to discipline her.
Well,
That
then-
is in the manager's purview. So there is something coming to before you that the manager just wants to bring to the council's attention.
Would we be able to have executive session with the others before Ms. Rao's public hearing? Would that make more sense?
I don't know if the employees are here to say for you to have executive session with.
Okay.
Manager?
The outside counsel involved in this matter is present and will be addressing the governing body in executive session.
Correct.
Did you want to say anything else? Did you want to say something, Sue?
Any more questions?
Deputy Mayor?
First of all, I just want to ask, please, if everybody could just, please, can we be respectful to one another when other people are speaking? I think we've all been respectful from the dais, and if people cannot, if you want to be disruptive, that's fine, but please give people who are speaking the respect that we're all showing to all of you, please.
Council members, are there any other council members here that wish to ask our attorney any questions before I thank him? And I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much. And so we're going to move on. Oh, you do? Yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
I have a question very quickly for Seymour Street residents who are here. I don't know how exactly to do this, but to be very, very quick, maybe you could do like 1 to 5 on your hand. How much of a problem are Uber drop-offs? Oh, okay, well, that was fast. Like on the circle up there, to go to the Wellmont or to go to the school and to other things, where people are not being dropped off to go to the Seymour Street apartment complexes, but to come down into the plaza.
Excuse me, if you're going to reply when we want to hear it, would you please
Yeah.
come to the mic so that we can hear it, and then it's going to be recorded as well. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah.
I didn't get to touch on
Just-
this because
just-
I ran out of time.
Yeah, very quickly.
But it is a big problem when there is a concert at the Wellmont.
Okay.
Because the drop-off time is, the drop-off address is that cul-de-sac. It should be Bloomfield Avenue, it should be Roosevelt, it should be anywhere but a dead-end cul-de-sac where all the Uber drivers, there's a lot, I look out my window, someone is
Yes.
going to get killed. And I wanted to say that because everyone starts beeping, there's a line of Uber drivers, or it's not a cul-de-sac, it's the smallest cul-de-sac ever. It's very difficult to, so it is a big problem, and I wanted to.
Okay, I'll very, very quickly just tell you, I just discovered about a month ago that we actually have power as a governing body to tell rideshare services where to drop off at certain locations, and we can shift that.
That would be a great idea.
And there are people,
Bloomfield Avenue would.
but it's something we can do. We can look at it. Thank you.
Okay.
Understood.
We're going to move along. Les Counselor, do you have anything else? No? No. Okay. We're going to move on to pending ordinances, second reading. I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance? Councilor D'Amato.
O-24-25, ordinance approving, yeah, it's the same. Grant of easement to RAM 51 New LLC to traverse over and maintain a certain portion of township property located at 53 New Street, Montclair, New Jersey. And I so move.
Okay,
Second.
thank you.
Any discussion?
I think she opened the hearing. Sorry.
Okay. Is anyone from the public that wants?
Yeah.
Anyone from the public wish to be heard on ordinance 024-25? We're gonna, yes, please, Ms. Avery. And then I'm gonna hold it anyway.
Yeah.
No worries. Good.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Sarah Avery, a Montclair resident. I think I may have brought this up previously. The owner of 51 New Street, Malgorzata Dolgan, she was granted over 57 variances on 17 different properties between Mission New, Washington, and Wheeler Streets. And in particular, on Wheeler Street, number 13 Wheeler Street, James Williams owned that house, and he sold the property to Miss Dolgan for $325,000 in 2021. Dolgan was able to get a subdivision, so there's now number 13 and number 15. There is no pervious coverage on number 13 and 15. You know, there's a spot of grass about 2 feet by 3 feet in front of each property. Those two properties were sold for a combined total of over $2.8 million. And this town thinks it's okay to grant this person an easement. I urge you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other guests that wish to be heard on this ordinance? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
I'm sorry. Did you have?
No, I see Mr. Burr is not here, but we've discussed this many times, right?
Mhm.
That the lawyer, that this is an easement that will be, okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Yep. Council Toller, did you have anything? Okay. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Loffman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Next ordinance, please. Councilor Birmingham?
Pending ordinance O-24-34, ordinance to amend section 327, vehicles and traffic of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. And it is South Willow, name of street, South Willow Street West, from a point 60 feet south from Bloomfield Avenue to a point 55 feet south therefrom. These will be designated as loading zones. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Anyone from the public wish to be heard on this ordinance? Ordinance 024-25? 34, sorry. Okay, council members, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Loftman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay. Next ordinance, Ordinance 0-24-36. Counselor Lockman, please.
Okay. So I move an ordinance to prohibit the distribution of plastic single-use food service items and non-plastic single-use food service items for takeout or delivery orders unless requested by a customer in the Township of Montclair.
I second.
Counselors, any discussion?
So I'll start.
Yes, Deputy Mayor?
Apologies. I'll start. So a group of us, and specifically the Council Committee on Human Services and Public Safety, has been working with members of the Montclair Environmental Commission, Department of Health, and others to put forward this ordinance. It is affectionately known as Skip the Stuff. As we heard during public comment, multiple municipalities in New Jersey have adopted similar ordinances, including Red Bank, Maplewood, Hoboken, Garwood, Westfield, et cetera. And we looked at all of those ordinances to compare and craft the language. This ordinance is one that prohibits restaurants and food services providers in Montclair from including plasticware as well as napkins and other items intended for single use in takeout and delivery orders unless they're specifically requested by the customer. So the purpose of this is really to reduce the amount of plastics. It's consistent with our town's commitment to sustainability. We want to reduce litter, and also it will save businesses money. We have engaged with restaurant owners through a survey that is modeled after one that Westfield has used. It was shared with restaurant owners through the health department, which is going to be, is being proposed as the department to be responsible for enforcement since they do an annual inspection of all of these businesses. So state agencies are encouraging municipalities to adopt these practices and policies, and I just wanted to. The only other thing that I want to note is, presuming that this ordinance does get passed and becomes effective in March, the plan is to follow it with a very robust education campaign. The Environmental Commission and others are going to help us with that, getting the word out there to the public, and designing toolkits for rollout to restaurants and customers. So,
any other council members?
Yeah, I would just say I was at a conference last week, and a council person from Red Bank was there, and she said that the restaurants there reported that they were giving out 70% less waste or stuff, and that the mayor from Maplewood was also there, and they actually have had this ordinance for a few years in association with the plastic bag ban, and they all said that it's been well received in their communities, and I think we will be doing as you said, an education campaign for both consumers and restaurant owners, food service providers, to try and have this go as smoothly as possible. Also, with some other little kit with some other environmentally friendly things that they can do as well. So, hopefully this will just be a positive all around.
Thank you. Councilor Williams?
I'm in favor of the ordinance, and when asked, I'm going to vote for it. I just had one of the whereas clauses, the third whereas clause in the last sentence. It talks about Newark's environmental burden where Montclair waste is burned at Newark incinerator. I would just like that removed, I don't see, I don't think it enhances this any way, shape, or form, and I don't know what potential liability that it would cite up. I mean, that's just me. It's not, that's just my opinion, so.
So are you, we have somebody moved and there was a second. Okay.
No.
No,
Do you want to-
there's already
a
a motion
second.
on the floor. Okay.
So can it be edited? Is that?
I'm not sure. Attorney
You can
Howell.
edit now, I think.
Attorney,
now.
what is the process if he wanted to change something on the ordinance before we voted?
Amend the ordinance, you'll make a motion.
You can do that while there's a motion on the floor, because there's
There's a
one here.
motion, right, so you have you move and second
Yeah.
to adopt or to introduce the ordinance.
Yeah.
Then if you want to amend it before that motion, that's a secondary motion that you would deal with first. You would make a motion to amend the ordinance, take a vote on that, and then remove to introduce the amended ordinance.
Okay. So, Counselor Williams, would you put that in the
Mic
form
was
of?
off. I apologize.
Would you put that in the form of a motion, please?
I want to make a motion to remove the last, the part in this ordinance where it's talking about Newark's environmental burden.
Mayor,
Well,
Mayor.
where it says contributing
Oh,
to Newark's environmental burden.
Is there a second?
I might have something too that I'd want to edit out or whatever. So should we make the motion all in one fell swoop? Yeah, okay, so to add to Mr. Williams' motion, first of all, there's a typo, and we should change the typo. And where it says, "Now therefore be it resolved by the Montclair Township Council that blah, 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 environmental hazards of the Montclair Township Code to prohibit restaurant and food services." I believe that's correct. Yeah. And I really didn't understand on section 134-22 exemptions, and I think, Rahum, you said the same thing. What do you mean by C, used by any customer with a disability or other impairment?
Deputy Mayor?
How
Oh,
does that
I'm
apply?
sorry.
How does that apply?
Deputy Mayor?
Sure. So we did get clarification. That is language taken from another town's ordinance. And like, let's say, just as an example, let's say it's somebody with a visual impairment who can't read the signs or anything that says, we don't give out single use. That would allow the
Okay.
person who's working there to say, hey, would you like a fork or a knife or
Okay.
whatever?
Thank you. And
Councilor D'Amato?
I believe the idea is that they can always ask.
Yeah, no, they're supposed
Yeah, they're
The
supposed to ask.
customer, I would
to
have
ask, but the food service provider is not necessarily supposed to ask, no. Like, that's,
Oh, I see.
so.
Gotcha.
And I also, maybe I'm being dopey today, but I also did not understand the B above that, prepackaged drinks sold or distributed by a food service provider. What does that mean?
Those are like those juice boxes that have straws with them and.
So this doesn't apply to that? Oh, okay, so
Like, 'cause
the
you're not-
straws
yeah.
are built in. I get you. Okay, thank you.
Or they're like.
And just I am for this, but I just have a comment. I mean, this seems to me very difficult to enforce. But you did do surveys with other towns, and that's not an issue?
I mean, for me, sorry, Mayor, I think the enforcement would primarily be through these annual licensure visits. But I think for me, it's a little bit less about being punitive than it is to affect a culture change.
Thank you.
No, I'd just say they, work in the city, and that's been in place, and for the most part, folks abide by it.
Okay. And I just have one more. It's just a little bugaboo of mine when we do things like ordinances. You make the statement that Montclair continues to experience the detrimental effects of single-use waste in storm drains and waterways, as well as in solid waste streams. You know, we don't have any real data supporting that statement. That's just anecdotal, and we all believe that, but, and not that I want you to go, looking at storm drains or anything, but it's just kind of my bugaboo about when we do these ordinances, if we're making statements that also raise the question about how do you know this? I prefer that we have some backup to that. Just, here you go.
Okay, so Counselor Lockman, would you please read the amendment with the changes so that Madam Clerk will be able to
Okay.
have the...
I will.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the first change is under the now therefore be it resolved paragraph. I believe the third sentence should read Township Code to prohibit restaurants. Okay? And then okay, I think it was also the third whereas, yes. We want to delete contributing to Newark's environmental burden, et cetera. Okay? And I think that's it. So I move with those amended changes, those changes.
Bugaboo? You didn't want to put the little bugaboo out?
No.
No.
Okay. So I make a motion to adopt this ordinance with the exceptions, with the changes that I've just made or announced.
Mayor, I think that we're not, this is just the first reading.
Oh,
Yes.
excuse me.
Right.
Yeah. There you go. So now what do we do?
Is there a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Wait,
The-
I'm sorry, can I just confirm? We are voting on all of these together?
No,
No,
we're voting
we're
on
just- no, this is-
C, with the amended C.
That's this.
We did ordinance A, B, and now we're on
This is a motion to amend Ordinance
Ordinance C.
O-24-36, as Counselor Loffman put on the record, those two changes.
Okay. Sorry, so it's the contributing to Newark's environmental burden is coming out, okay. I'm okay with it coming out, but I would just say I think it's important to acknowledge that's where our waste is burned. Like, that's sort of where we're, and actually, I'm just an aside, Lisa, who now is Dr. Johnson, has a lot of data on how much we burn and how much it costs us. And so I hope we can have a community forum for that once.
Excuse me, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
No.
Counselor D'Amato?
I'm sorry, that's just to change the language.
Yes, this
I'm gonna
is the
vote no.
motion to amend the ordinance.
Thank you. Nope.
You're welcome. Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Loffman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No, I think we need to acknowledge that our waste is going to Newark and burdening other residents.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
No.
The motion carries. The ordinance is amended.
Okay.
So may I?
Yes, Counselor Lockman?
So just for clarity with respect to the public understanding, this will go through a second reading as this amended ordinance, probably not next week, but.
Right.
Yeah.
At next week's meeting.
Now we're going to introduce it.
Okay.
Yep.
So now we will make the motion to introduce.
Introduce the amended ordinance.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion at this time? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Loftman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to resolutions.
Mayor?
Yes,
On the consent
Manager
agenda,
Lapola?
resolution number, item number 1, resolution R-24-233, should have had an asterisk next to it as part of the consent agenda. Even though it's listed under there, it's missing. But 1 through 20 are part of the consent agenda. Those items were on the agenda at the conference meeting 2 weeks ago. So,
But can we keep it out? Is it okay to leave it out as
Sure.
a separate?
Yeah, that's up to you. I wanted to
So,
make sure.
yes, so, did you want to leave it out? Because there's some others that we're going to, okay. So, consent agenda number 4, number 19, and number 20, I'd like to have out. Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I'd like to interrogate or ask a question about 10, 13, and 18
So we're also going to take
very quickly.
10, 13, and 18 out of the consent agenda. And Councilor Lockman?
Yeah. Number 2, number 3, number 5.
Number 2, 3, and 5 will come out of the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Anyone
Is
else?
anything left?
Yes, we have number 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
So much for the consent agenda.
Yeah, let me try.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Mayor.
yes.
Item number 1, is it taken off of the consent agenda at the request of
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I have item 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, 10, 13, 18, 19, and 20 are not on the consent
But
agenda.
somebody wanted 5 out, too. Yeah.
I said 2, 3, 5.
2,
That was Councilor Loftman.
2, 4, 5.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'll do it again, and this
Okay.
time I won't make a mistake.
No, thank you.
So
I
item number
appreciate it.
1. Item number 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 13, 18, 19, 20, not on consent.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, at this time, does anybody wish to make a motion to move the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Any discussion? No, since it's consent, I guess not. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Loftman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller. Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now we're going to start from the resolution number 1. Deputy Mayor?
Resolution number 1, resolution regarding the suspension of meter collection on Saturday, November 30th, 2024 for Small Business Saturday and during the 2024 holiday shopping period, which, according to this resolution, would be through and including Sunday, January 5th. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, I think we had tabled this at the last meeting, and to the extent that it at all upsets our small business community, I want to apologize. I think we are going to really try and be obviously ahead of this, going forward. And I look forward to working. I know parking is a real issue in this town. But we did take this back to the Finance Committee because, as people have said, it is it's been a tradition in Montclair to have holiday parking, but We're now at 5 weeks of holiday parking, and that is something that has not always been a tradition. In 1975, it was December 15th to 24th. In 1997, it was the 20th to the 28th. In 2001, there was none. So we discussed with Mr. Germano, what is the financial impact? And again, not that that is the primary driver, but it is important to consider. And monthly revenues for our parking, and this would include the meters, the pay stations, and I'm blanking on the name of the app. What's the parking app? Park Mobile. Sorry, Park Mobile is about $109,000 per month. And that is before the fees, which are probably about $9,000 a month. So we're talking in 5 weeks, over $100,000 in revenue. And, of course, Montclair has invested in our parking infrastructure. You can see that, and we have debt related to our parking. We have over $10 million in our parking utility debt. And so, again, I think most of us in the community are happy to invest in our small businesses. My question, again, is in saturated parking markets, and I think we all would agree that Montclair is generally a saturated parking market. You don't drive down Bloomfield Avenue and see lots of empty parking spaces. Usually it is very hard to find spots. In places where they've studied it, it's not really clear that free parking improves that situation. And I'm not really sure that there's a lot of economic things that when there's scarcity improves by giving something away. So just that idea, I think this year what we've asked Mr. Germano to do is look to see, is there turnover of cars? Because you hear, and this has been in Verona, in fact, they did away with free parking on Bloomfield Avenue because people would just park their cars there. And so, again, I think we're going to look to make sure that there's turnover, because for retail environments, that's important to be able to turn over cars. So I think from the Finance Committee, we are coming to, we do recommend this at this point. We will be looking in the new year to sort of look at our parking strategically, both to try and achieve a real balance for, people who need to use parking, retailers, food service establishments who need to have, obviously customers using parking, keeping our streets safe with all the people coming into town. And so I think we all look forward to doing that. And this is sort of a long-winded way to say that happy holidays to everyone, and happy parking. Any questions?
I have a question. So on the part that says including Sunday, January 5th, was that your understanding that the Finance Committee wanted to include that? Because my understanding...
Yes, and we had discussed, again, because traditionally parking had stopped on around the 26th, between the 26th and the 28th. But I think because there are holidays that are running later this year, that we would recommend to keep it this year to January 5th, which is a few extra days. I think the New Year is on a Wednesday, so New Year would be free parking, and so then it's the Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Those days we would still leave in for free parking this year, because I believe it's Kwanzaa and Hanukkah are both running late in, they're part of that holiday.
Hanukkah starts December
Thank
26th.
you. Councilor Lockman?
So this is the discussion part, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm reading this correctly, you looked at Princeton, Verona, Ridgewood, and Hoboken, and Westfield. From the information that you gave, it looks like Princeton, on certain blocks, has 8 days of free parking. Ridgewood offers free parking on Thursdays in December only, so that's 4 or 5 days. Hoboken offers free parking at a deck if you have a receipt showing you spent money. Westfield had 4 days. Why are we offering 5 weeks? Anyway.
No, Westfield has longer.
You said Westfield last year was November 29th to January 1st.
So
Oh,
that's,
okay.
yeah. Right. I mean, I think it is because we've discussed this is a tradition. This
Right.
is something that we're not ahead of. And for this year, I think we will proceed as it's been done. It was, I think, it was 2021 when people may remember we had the problems with the 3G networks and the meters, so the meters weren't really functioning. I think it was that year they passed a resolution that extended it out to January 9th. So, and since that time, it's been extended into January. And so I think for next year, I think we can consider potentially, and that's why we're hoping to get some data from the parking utility this year to see how cars are moving and things.
Well, just to continue, so, and probably to use an appropriate metaphor, I'm the Grinch. I feel like this town, we want to try to keep our taxpayers not every year having more and more taxes imposed on them. So I want to try to keep our budget flat or reduced. But anyway, we have major things that we need to finance. We have our town hall, our police department, our public works building, our library, Clary Anderson. Why would we not try to save $100,000 and not just say, oh, we'll do it next year? Let's do it this year. Let's try to save some money so that we can put it towards things that absolutely need to be addressed. We cannot let our assets completely deteriorate until it costs us much more money to fix them or to address them or to build new ones. So I am not for this.
Other councilors? Councilor D'Amato.
I absolutely give respect to Councilor Lockman for, saying the hard things. And I think that that's great. I think we should have a discussion about it next year, I think, being the one that gives away the most. I did hear, by the way, people were a little upset. I got some, but I got emails that were so smart, so thoughtful, so civil from some of our retailers. And it was very clear that they were saying, the truth, that this meant a lot to them. The key for me is like why we would say yes now is because you don't end an entitlement like this just as it's beginning. That's the key thing. So if we have the discussion doesn't happen in November to change this when people have literally, made purchasing decisions and done all this kind of stuff. So in general, and the frustration that people have with this room and this body is that people feel like it's sprung on them. So I agree completely that this is something to look at. I also think there's an enforcement issue with 2 hours, and people did bring that up, and they said, we want it, but only if you enforce it. Because if there's just people parking all day, it's bad for business. So we have to do it right, but we shouldn't make a change, I would say, right before something is about to happen. And it just is bad form, and it sets everybody's teeth off. But I really thank both of you for doing the hard work and saying the hard things, and I think it's great. So I'm a yes.
Any other councilors over here? No? Councilor Lockman?
I'd just like to respond to that. So if your argument is that we're springing this on people, we haven't told them, so why can't we commit ourselves right now to not doing this next year?
Because I'm chicken.
Councilors?
Well, I just want to say,
Councilor Toller?
thank you. I respect Councilor Laughlin's thought process on this. If we're looking to save some money, we need to take a look at our bill list and see why we're paying, overbid prices, exceeding thresholds, things of that nature. I'm sure that would add up to some of this money that we're losing in parking. I'm open to a discussion for next year. I understand where you're coming from, but I think we should go ahead and let this be for this year. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilor, I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor?
I also want to thank Councilor Luckman for bringing up all those very important points. And yes, it is a lot of money. When I saw the figure in Eileen's the email, I was pretty shocked. I mean, that being said, I would just ask perhaps next year. I do want to see the data on the turnover. I think that would be really important for next year to see if maybe we should reduce the number of weeks. I do think that it's a good gesture for the small business community, as well as our residents who are going to be, doing some shopping and trying to enjoy. I think I do just want to see if we can get this in front of the council, whatever proposal it is next year, a bit earlier, to give us more time to be more thoughtful about it, and be able to have this discussion, not like a week before it's supposed to happen.
Yeah, I would just say, I think, Councilor Luckman, I completely appreciate, which is why I went through the data, because I want us to be, transparent and understand some of the impacts of the things we're doing. And I think going forward, we can be a little bit more strategic, and I see the executive director of the bid here, and I think we are looking forward to working together. I do think there are some opportunities throughout the year for us to hopefully, be able to, going forward, say, that we're gonna have this much holiday parking, and then see how we can potentially make up some revenue. I will say this year, just so everyone's aware, there is a 2-hour limit, and they have license plate readers this year, so just so people are aware. And then the other question that I know has come up recently is that there is Flowbird and there is Park Mobile, and I think people are confused as to if Flowbird is replacing Park Mobile, and the answer is that no, they are both able to be used, so it is just another option for you to use when you're parking. And hopefully we'll be able to get that fully explained and transparent and clear for people. Thanks.
Councilor Lockman.
I'd just like to have the last word here, if I can. Eric, you had mentioned that enforcement is so critical here, and we've just heard how difficult it is to have parking enforced. So I'll just remind you of that when people are there for 5 hours in their one spot. Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Loffman,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution number 2, please, Councilor Williams.
Resolution R-24-249, resolution to adopt the council meeting schedule for the year 2025. I move it forward. I move it forward.
Second. Discussion? Yes, Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, okay. So I thought that we have, a number of meetings, but, we have a number of meetings scheduled. We have nothing in June, July, and August. And I recognize that's holiday time, but what? We have one meeting, excuse me.
Yeah, we have one.
We have one in each of those months, which every other month we seem to have 2. I believe that we should schedule some more meetings here, because we have a lot to do, especially early in the year. And I don't know how everybody else feels, but I think, 3 meetings a month would be better. I know that sounds like a lot, but certainly in January, February, March, perhaps, just so we get things rolling. And I also think it's easier to schedule the meeting, and then if we feel it's not necessary, we can cancel it. But then everybody can work their schedules around a predetermined date for a meeting. That's just my thoughts.
Deputy Mayor?
I hesitate. I would say no, because partly because we are also doing, in between these meetings, we have council subcommittee meetings where we're doing a lot of work. Well, we're going to be doing a lot of work. So I think for that reason, anticipating that a lot of the really hard work is going to be done in those committees between these regular meetings, the only thing that I would maybe agree with is I think there probably should be an additional meeting in June, but probably not July and August.
Counselor Toller?
Thank you. I'm fine with this meeting schedule. The reason I'm not interested in 3 meetings per month is because we have employees that are involved with putting these meetings on. They have families and lives as well, so we have to be mindful of that. Similar to what Counselor Anderson stated, we are on subcommittees, other committees. We have other responsibilities. 3 meetings a month would be a lot. I'm happy with the July and August being 1 meeting, and I think we should also leave June as 1 meeting because people have families and they may have other obligations towards the end of June with graduations,
Yes,
things of that
absolutely.
nature. So I'm 100% comfortable with the schedule as is. Just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Counselor Williams, and then Counselor Birmingham, I'm sorry.
I actually don't have anything to say.
Okay, Counselor Birmingham.
I want to say thank you to our clerk here because the June 10th to the July 22nd, that's 6 weeks. So I was thinking, could we sneak in a meeting in in June 22nd? And she reminded me that my daughter might be graduating from 8th grade.
Right. Right.
So and your daughter's graduating from 8th grade, and they're and yours as well. So
okay.
we'll be having, we'll be busy that week. And because it goes Glenfield, Buzz, then the high school. Anyway, all I would say is that because that is 6 weeks of time, if there is something that comes up, maybe we might need to have some flexibility there in terms of if we needed to tend to business, we might want to, maybe July 3rd. Anyway, thank you.
Counselor D'Amato, did you wish to add anything? Okay. So did you make an amendment, or you just said that no amendment was made? Okay. All right. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Resolution number 3, R-24-250, please. Counselor Toller?
Sure. R-24-250, resolution designating official newspapers for all advertisement and notices and designating 2 newspapers to receive notice of meeting for the calendar year 2025. I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Counselor Lockman?
Yeah.
Okay. So I had a couple of points. One, I have a question. I'm curious how much we spend on legal notices. It's just something you can get back to me with for all the planning board, the council, whatever else, all our legal notices, what the costs are.
Yes, Counselor Loffman, I can have for the governing body, not for the planning board, but if you want me to reach out to Ms.
Oh,
Talley
yes,
and
please,
ask her,
please.
I
I'd
will.
like to know the total
Yes.
cost that we paid to Star Ledger and whatever it is,
Montclair
Montclair Times, yeah.
Okay.
And the other question is, we have to anticipate that this is going to be approved to go on our town website, where the town website will be the source of the legal notices. I'm wondering if we could start to plan to have programming done. Does that make any sense, or to have, yeah? Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Counselor Toller, did you have anything? No. Anyone? Oh, Counselor Birmingham.
So now that the Star Ledger, unfortunately, is not in print anymore, and it might be that when they go to the web only, and I don't know if it's already like this, that there's a paywall, which is, I don't know yet, but can we, I know we've had this discussion, but the Montclair local seems like it could be a choice. Do we know why we don't?
It doesn't qualify as a legal newspaper.
No, but now the Star Ledger's not printed anymore.
In February, the Star Ledger plans to stop printing. They're
Okay,
still
so
printing
it's-
as of right now.
Okay, they are, okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we can revisit?
Of course.
Mayor,
No, but of course.
Mayor?
Why would we pay for the Montclair local if we could have it on our town website, all the legal notices?
Well, if the new legislation
Yeah.
passes, to your point, Counselor,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you can absolutely revisit it.
Right.
But it would be in the township's best interest, in my opinion, to have official newspapers because we have to continue
Until-
to
yeah, of
advertise
course.
under the
Yeah,
current
yeah, yeah.
law.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson, and then Councilor D'Amato.
Councilor D'Amato might be thinking the same exact
Okay,
thing, but this was,
Councilor D'Amato, and then Deputy Mayor Shin.
well, no, this was actually a pretty popular topic at the League of Municipalities, and people just wondering if the state legislature is going to pass the amendment to the law, which, I mean, this is the whole point of this is to comply with the law. But that doesn't mean that we can't start publishing on or posting on our town website now, right?
Which notices,
the-
the short answer is no. That doesn't mean something can't be posted to the township website. But if you could make clear which notices you want on the township website.
So the same notices that we would have to put on in the newspapers, the
A
legal
a lot
notices,
of
the
those
official.
are on the website.
Okay, just wanted to
Yes.
check.
Oh, I didn't know.
Especially now that we have a communications director, they put like a news alert out so that way everyone gets alerted.
Sure. Yeah, I just want to make sure that as many people, because for instance, I think when we were talking about it at the last meeting, I wasn't even aware that the Montclair Times existed, and it's because I don't get that. I mean, I don't get it. I think a lot of people don't ever get that, so how are people supposed to know? As long as, they are going to be posted on the website consistently and other forums, that would be better.
Roll call, Deputy Mayor? I'm sorry,
Thank you,
Madam
Mayor.
Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, number 4, please. Councilor D'Amato. R-24-251.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I'd like to make a request to the governing body that we withdraw item number 4.
Oh, that's right, you did tell me that.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
We received a written objection at about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah.
So the law department is reviewing that written objection, and, we'll move forward according to what the law requires.
Yeah, I'd like to withdraw number 4.
What's
What
the
were they
next
would-
one that's not in
I'm
the
sorry, but-
consent?
Sorry, but what were they objecting to?
The notice was just received at 3 o'clock. It's under review with the law department, so I don't have
Okay.
much detail outside of the fact that they object to the transfer.
Resolution R-24-252, resolution authorizing transfer of funds pursuant to N.J.S.A. 48458. So moved.
Number 5.
Oh, so, I think I wanted to talk about that.
Your
Okay.
second?
Oh, second, yeah.
Okay, discussion? Yes, Councilor Lockman?
So I see Mr. Austin Ashley is here. Someone brought to my attention that another way of managing birds in garages and hangars and all of that is to hire a person who has a hawk. I mean, it sounds far-fetched, but when you actually read the person's website, they have a hawk that scares away all these pigeons.
Excuse me, Councilor Lockman?
Well, it's because it's on Schedule A, they're transferring money from one account to another to pay for the pigeon problem at the DCS.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I'm...
Okay, thanks. No, we
That's
were
what I'm
over here
on
trying to
about.
figure out,
What's she
okay, all right,
talking about?
okay, thank you.
Well, anyway, I was just wondering, so that seemed like a, kind of a very environmentally friendly and maybe much cheaper option is to use this hawk to scare away, the pigeons. And, I mean, I know I feel like I sound crazy, but if you... I don't know what they do. Maybe they nest in the garage and then the pigeons don't come. But I do think that it's a reasonable thing to at least investigate whether something like that is an alternative to paying $94,000 for netting. But anyway, just throwing that out there, Mr. Ashley. Did you get a chance to look at that website?
Good evening.
Good evening.
We did, and we spoke with as the East Coast Falcon.
yeah.
East Coast Falcon. They came by. They did an assessment of our facility.
Yeah.
They're working up 3 proposals for the garage itself. The problem with the hawks is it just scares the pigeons away, and they do
They come back. Yeah.
So
okay.
the only way to effectively rid the facility of the pigeons is with the netting. There are ways where we can, other ways that East Coast Hawk can eliminate the pigeons, but they're not correct. Yeah. So they'll be permanently eliminated. But
Okay.
there's still, the most effective way is the bird netting. And I just wanted to reiterate, it's not just a garage where we're having this pigeon problem, it's a workspace.
Yeah.
So effectively, it has eliminated a workspace that we need as a critical workspace for our garage to service plows. It's also, it's a major problem for the storage in the facility. The storage and the trucks get covered in a layer of bird excrement, which attracts other vermin. So it's a major health problem for the employees that work there, and it's damaging our equipment.
Yeah, I have no problem with the need for it. I know some other public speakers might have said, like, kind of poo-pooed it, so to speak, but
Yeah.
I agree that it seems needed. I was just trying to think if there are other ways, and I appreciate your looking into that for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Toller.
Thank you. My question is, this 180K, does this include salaries, benefits, medical, pension? Or is this the flat 180 is including all of that? Because oh, okay. All right, but this is to hire 2 people, no? Or 1?
I believe that the CFO was here, she requested this resolution as
Oh.
the transfers.
Because it's
Okay.
coming out of from the top 3.
Right, it's coming out of one account code to another, but I thought this read that it was for a position of maintenance worker. So that's what I was trying to find out, is this for a person, a position?
Sewer
Positions
division.
that were not filled, and as a result, we have the excess money that's going to be transferred.
Right, and then, so then my question still stands, this 180 that's being transferred, is that enough to cover? And does it include benefits, medical, pension, et cetera? If it's going to go to a body, it's going to a person, correct?
Right, so there were no expenses on those, and then they'll be fully funded for next year, but they didn't come on until August. So that's why we had the excess amount of salary originally.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to find out, if it was for a person or not. All right, thank you.
Do you need additional information, and would you like to pull it, Councilor Toller, or where are you with this before we just go ahead?
Well, the CFO's not here, right?
Right.
She stepped out. It's on the record. I asked the question, so I can follow up later. It's fine.
Okay, anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Lockman.
Yes.
Councilor Toller. Thank you. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, resolution number 10R24-257. Councilor D'Amato.
Resolution R-24-257, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A487. And my question here was basically just the addenda in here, Mr. Manager, showed a long list of alphabetically close municipalities that are, I imagine, also receiving this same revenue. And I'm just wondering, why is ours so much larger? Are we that nice and good? Like, and population adjusted, it's even more dramatic. So North Bergen has 60,000 people and is getting $10,000, and we're getting 17 with 40,000. And North Brunswick, the same thing, 55,000 people.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can try to get it for you.
Yeah, I mean, is this, like, what is this? Why are we, what would drive these numbers? Is it our underlying spending, the size of our police force? What is it?
I don't know the answer.
You don't know?
Yeah. I'll get you the formula they're using.
Can we wait on this then?
It's just accepting it, so it could be part of the budget.
Any other questions?
Just want to know why, what it
Okay,
is.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy, I'm sorry, I have a movement. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Resolution 13R24-260, please, Counselor Birmingham.
R24-260, resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation, NJSA 40A:4-87. This is a hereby request the Director of Division of Local Government Services to approve the insertion of an item of revenue in the budget of the year 2024 in the sum of $750,000, which is now available from NJDEP Green Acres Grant in the amount of $750,000. And I so move.
Second. Discussion? Yes. Just any discussion?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I was just, I have well-spirited friends and constituents who have asked about the poured-in-place plastic surface there, and who were just curious why we couldn't use a new and different surface, the cork thing. And I know that there's been some back and forth with Mr. Ashley, and if you could just explain to everybody where we're at with that, if we could take another tumble onto that topic.
So we've looked into the I forget the corking material. The issue that we have is there's not a lot of test cases within the United States where the material has been used, and the compaction test for full protection are not equivalent to the poured-in-place rubber surface. So it's twofold. It's a safety concern that we have, and it's also a durability concern.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, I just wondered how much would the cost difference be to use the corking versus the plastic? And the reason I'm asking is because I live across the street from Glenfield Park, okay? And they use poured plastic in that park. My water stinks. I invite you to my kitchen to sit down and have a glass of water. The area stinks. I don't want to see this in Nishawane Park in the 4th Ward where children are playing. So I'm curious to know what the difference is in the cost.
Well, again, so it's not been used a lot within the United States, but we project that it's going to be roughly double.
Well, I need a dollar amount. If you can look that up for me, I'd appreciate it. You know, there has to be safe. The park has to be safe. You're saying that there is no data or not enough data currently for corking. That's what you just said on the record, right? So we know what the effects of poured plastics are right now, and we don't want to keep going down. At least I don't want to keep going down that road. So if you can get the cost difference,
Sure.
that I'd appreciate that. The parks have to be safe. They just have to be safe for our residents,
I agree.
okay? And if you want to come by and have some stinky brown water, you're more than welcome.
Okay.
Counselor Lockman?
I'm just curious, Counselor Toller, how does the park surface affect the water?
That's a very good question. We would have to ask the county.
I mean, maybe
also-
that's not what the issue is.
Well, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's something, but I know the park also stinks in the summer. It's very hot over there.
Yeah.
The area stinks.
Well, no, I could
Glenfield
see
Park,
that. I'm just
yeah.
curious about how you think that.
I don't know. I'd have
Yeah.
to talk with the county or have somebody go underground. And it's not just me and my house with the water, the residents, surrounding areas, some of the streets, we have brown water, and the water stinks. Like, none of us drink the water. We use spring water. So I don't know which way it's flowing, what's flowing in it. I do know, living across the street, that when you go out there in the heat in the summer, you can actually smell the plastic cooking. It's just horrible. So, we're going to do Nishawane over. We're going to try to do it over right. Make sure it's safe for everyone. And if you can get those numbers, I really, really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
A quick question, like when is the order by date for these things? For this, when will this process start, the renovation?
We're still in the planning stages, so this is not, it's not fully flushed out yet.
Yes, but if we could just have like an A and B, like when, and then the drop
I
dead
have
date?
another question.
Okay, I can get that. I'll get that
Yeah,
information
roughly,
for
I
you.
mean, not to the date, but like, that would be very useful.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilor Toller?
Yep, I see in the report from, I guess this is from, one second, Neglia, right? Well, from the state to Neglia. It talks about tree removal. Do we know how many trees they're going to be removing from the park when this goes in?
It is not many. There might be some of the trees in the center that might have to go, where we're trying to retain as many of those as possible, because part of the inclusive playground grant has requirement for shade. So when possible, we'd like to retain the existing trees as shade instead of supplementing them for an artificial shade structure.
I agree with you, but I would like to know the number of trees they're thinking about, they might need to remove. And then item D is in David, where it says development compliance checklist. I don't see a checklist here. If you could forward that to me.
Sure.
Okay, and then item number 6 on page 4 or 5. Again, it has to do with the change orders, and this is where the cork and install thing could possibly be applied here, depending on once we know what the numbers are. I think that's all I have for here.
Deputy Mayor Shin-Anderson?
Two questions. The first question is regarding the tree removal. So I know, I heard what you just said, but will any of the trees, would they be replaced? Would they be replaced with other greenery that might provide, other types of shade? I would like to know that.
Yes, I mean, if we have to reduce, if we have to eliminate a tree, we'd like to replace it one for one.
Okay.
But again, our goal is to retain as many existing trees as possible.
Okay. And then the other thing is about corkine. So can you just explain a little bit about what you mean by durability concerns? Like, how long would something like that last?
Well, that's the question. We don't know exactly how long it would last. So there's not a lot for us to look into within the United States that we can compare it to. So it's a new material for.
But it's safer. I mean, I respect what you're saying, but the cost shouldn't matter for someone's health.
Well,
Is it?
For the fall protection, it is not as good as the report in place material.
Okay, I saw Councilor Lockman and then Councilor Birmingham. Okay, Councilor Birmingham and then Councilor Lockman.
So, in terms of the corkine, we know that it's been used in Europe for a long time, or quite a bit. It seems like in environments like snowy, you know what I mean? Like, it's in different kinds of environments. So I would also be interested to see, in terms of the cost differential. The one thing I did read in terms of what you're saying, it sounds like it might have a different critical fall, they call it a critical fall height. So
Right.
like when you design the equipment, perhaps it couldn't be as high, maybe, it sounds like. So, but again, that's what I read. I'm not an expert on this, but has this playground been designed, is I guess the question. Because I know or are we still in the design phase?
Yeah, it's conceptually. So,
Okay.
for the grant application, we have conceptual ideas, but
Okay.
there's not, nothing has been,
Okay, so there is still a lot of room for input from
Correct.
the community here.
Right, yes.
And then in terms of the budget, this is a 75% matching grant, so of 750,000. So is our match 250? Or what,
I have to
do we
get the
know?
exact numbers on it. I don't, have it in front of me.
So it's supposed to be like $1 million part?
Mhm.
Okay.
When is the deadline that you need to have everything in?
I don't have the paperwork in front of me.
Early in the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, it is typical in the process of looking at this park that you'd have community hearings to see what they're interested in having the park look like and the equipment that might be in it?
Yes, there was one in, I believe it was February. There was a
Oh.
hearing here.
Okay. Will there be another one when you have more information? Or-
I'd have to look into
Okay.
what the requirements are.
I guess we're interested in community hearings.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you.
You said you don't know what date this has to be in by?
Off the top of my head, I don't have the date, no.
I'd like to make a motion that we table this. Okay. Oh, well, if we're just accepting the grant money, that's fine, but I definitely need to know the date. Because I want to have a community meeting with Fourth Ward residents, and I'll invite you so you can hear what they have to say.
Sure.
Get some
Madam Clerk, would you
conversations
do a
going.
roll call, please, on accepting this amount of money?
Yes, Mayor, Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution number 18, requested to be withdrawn? No? Yes?
Why?
Did somebody request 18 to be withdrawn?
Just had a question about it.
Just a question, okay. And discussion on resolution number 18?
Should I read it in and get it rolling? R-24-265, resolution to cancel grant receivables and/or grant reserve appropriation balances, and I so move.
Second.
So I just would like to know, is this, just as a ballpark guess, of around $100,000 of grants? So the idea is that we go through and figure out what is expired, and then we have to purge it from our balance, from our P&L. And is this a normal year? Is this like a normal, like $100,000 would be stuff that we just couldn't leverage? She's just nodding, which means yes, you don't, yeah, you can, if you wanted to. It's just sad, again, the money, it'd be nice to have money.
Oh, you can ask your question now. I know, I remember.
So, Mayor, few of the municipal alliance grants, they were not able to complete working on that. That grant period expired. So both sides, it got canceled. The receivables got canceled and the appropriation got canceled. And some of the police grants, they are like, this is the period when in 2023, when we had the cyber hack, they were not able to schedule the cops, police officers, and this grant-related work at that time. So that's what the information I got from the police. So that's why those are getting canceled. It happens normally. This is like from, it was a little bit more, but it could happen depending on the kind of grant. For example, today there is a resolution to accept the Clean Fleet grant. I don't know the number. It's like about $264,000. That is, the grant period is up to next year, April, May. You know, it could extend, but there is no guarantee, okay? To get that $264,000, like I informed in the finance committee, it's $870,000 is a total cost. Of that, you get 260, and then 550,000, about that much, the township has to spend. If the township does not have the appropriated amount to buy those, to fund that amount from within the township's funds, kind of a local match, then we will not be able to use the entire $264,000 before the deadline. That means whatever is left gets canceled. It has to get canceled. You know, the state allows us 1 year, sometimes 2 years. It just sits on the books. The grant period is over until we reconcile and do cleanup. But every time the budget time, when we submit the budget for review, at that time they look at this too and they say, hey, you have too many old grants, so clean up your books.
But we have every year, I mean, this is the story that people would tell me, you know, that we miss out on grants. And I guess that also means things that never show up on our books, that we've just like never applied for. This only would be the things that we've actually passed resolutions accepting the money.
Yeah, we applied for, we
So
got
we don't know necessarily what we are missing, but this would be a standard once a year thing of 100, something like this. Okay.
Yeah,
Something
once a
like
year
this.
thing, but it could be 100,000, it could be like a 10,000 1 year, depending upon what kind of grants you got. So there is a $750,000 Green Acres grant, if we are accepting that.
Yep.
If we don't do the project, the whole $750,000, we have to
And then we
cancel.
have to do this to it.
Counselor Lockman?
If you don't do it, you can do it next time too. It's an annual thing, end of the year, one of the end of the year routines.
So I have a question. So with respect to a large grant, like $750,000, where you're saying there's a matching element, before who writes that grant? And is there anybody in particular who writes grants? We don't have a grant writer, individual
Individual
departments.
departments.
Do
yeah.
they come to the finance committee and say, look, finance committee, I'm going to apply for $1 million grant. You'll be obligated to pay $250,000. Do they get that approval before they go through the process of trying to write the grant?
It used to be in the last few years. I don't know what the process is. We didn't have finance committee for a while, and then now we have a finance committee. But this was, I believe, the $750,000 towards the end of Spiller administration last year, something like that.
I'm sorry, but did you answer my question?
It was
though?
approved last year by the council at that time. Council.
The Spiller
what
Council.
Yes.
Yeah, before the person actually wrote the grant, it got approval to apply for this grant. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution R-24-266. Is that Counselor Birmingham? That's the one about the bird poop and the
It
netting.
just went. R-24-266, resolution authorizing execution of fair and open contract with Giacorp Contracting, Inc. for bird control netting. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Counselor Toller?
I don't know, I can't wrap my head around this. I understand what Mr. Ashley is saying, and there's absolutely no other alternative to fixing this issue besides bird netting at $94,000? I mean, nothing? Nothing? And just, I mean, we're talking about Holiday Park and losing money, but we're gonna pay this. It just doesn't make sense.
With the hawks or the bird, I mean, it's a good environment for birds. There's just no getting around that. It's a wide open space that is good for them to nest in.
And
So
which garage is this?
this is the main garage. So this
What
is
street?
on North Fullerton.
North Fullerton?
Yeah.
nothing you can put on the roof to distract them? I'm just throwing ideas out there, seeing what's gonna stick.
No, we've had people come
No
in.
bird feeders on the property, maybe they'll hang out there and eat
Well,
instead.
unfortunately, I believe that's what caused the problem, was years ago, there was someone feeding birds, so that's what drew them there in the first place.
And
Councilor Birmingham? I'm sorry, Councilor Williams?
No, so I actually would like to table this because I want to go to North Fullerton and see the condition, see why this is. I mean, it's a lot of money.
Sure.
And I'm sure if you're recommending it, that it's worthwhile, but I just need to place eyes on it.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Councilor Lockman?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go ahead.
no, I'm just also can come and visit, but basically with the garage, you have to leave the doors open. Like, you have to leave it open, right, for ventilation? Is, like...
Part of it's for ventilation, yes. I mean, so most of this garage houses the garbage trucks, so.
Oh, they track the birds. Yeah.
that'll do it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you have
Do it.
garbage trucks, but you also have people working in there. So
Correct,
it's
there's-
not just a storage for garbage trucks.
Correct.
People are actually working and exposed to the
Correct.
pigeons. That's, okay. That sounds, okay, thank you.
Yes.
So, do you know if you have any workers' compensation claims that have arisen out of people inhaling and working in those conditions?
I do not.
You do not know, or you do not
I do
have
not
any?
know.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. I bet that there would be, because, that's,
We do joke about it, but if you
No,
go
no.
there, it is
it's a serious
disgusting,
problem.
and it's,
Yeah,
you literally, you're working under these conditions,
I
and
mean,
more
we
and more
have
of the
to-
garage,
yeah.
Yeah.
we can't use because of the birds.
yeah, I get it, especially garbage.
So I just to be clear, though, like, we have a meeting next week, like, our next week, we can get our visits in, because I do think if these are people working there, like, we should make a decision pretty quickly in terms of,
Yeah, I think I have a
I'll
tour
talk to you
scheduled
again, yeah.
already, and with this department and another department, so.
May I?
Yes.
I just have a quick
Councilor.
question. Yeah,
Deputy.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to make the visit, but if somebody could take pictures, that would be great. I'd also like to, I'm very curious to know about the maintenance issues, if these conditions have actually had an effect on, premature wear and tear on equipment, causing us to have to purchase, new pieces of equipment before, their useful life has.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, one of the main impacts that we've had is the bay that we repair the salt trucks and the major snow plows has become unusable. And again, also the equipment that's parked in the garage immediately adjacent to it, which what you'll see on your tour is where we keep cones and larger equipment, and these trucks and cones become completely covered in the bird excrement.
Can I join the tour?
Yeah, I was
Can you
gonna
tell
ask
me
the
when it
same
is?
thing, right? I was gonna-
Wear good shoes.
How many employees are there
We have roughly 80 employees.
that work in
location.
that actual garage?
In and out, yes.
In and out.
So we'd like to withdraw the resolution number 19, R-24-266.
and to Counselor Lockman, to your earlier point, we are tabling this, and what is,
Table.
and until
Okay.
next week, because you want the reason.
So we'd like to table this until, what's the date of the next, December
The 3rd of
December the 3rd.
It's too soon. It's gonna be the one after.
next week.
December 3rd is Tuesday,
The 17th is the one after that.
Okay.
yeah, to the 17th.
So is the.
So
We'd
is
like to
there-
table resolution R-24-266 until December the 17th.
But
So that we get a chance to tour the facility, would be the reason, right?
Counselor Birmingham?
so,
Well, unless we do the tour this weekend.
because.
Or this Friday.
When was the plan to, I'm a physician, I don't like people working in pigeons. And so I I guess if the plan, like, if the plan was, we're not gonna do it till after the holidays anyway, then, but if it's like we were gonna do it, Mr. Ashley, Mr. Austin, Mr. Austin Ashley, Mr. Austin Ashley. I just want to get a sense of when this netting was going in. Again,
It's as soon as possible.
Okay.
You know, as soon as we get the approval, we would start the contractor to come in and get the bird netting up.
Okay, so we'd like to go back to the date of the 3rd of December. We'll table that until, and hopefully the people that need to get a visit will do that the rest of this week, or as Councilor Williams said, this weekend. I don't know, but
Yeah, I'll make myself available. It'll be another Saturday.
okay. Okay, moving on to resolution number 20. I ask to have resolution number 20 taken out of the consent agenda because I wanted to amend it to include $50,000 instead of the $35,000. We discussed this at the last meeting, and I very strongly feel that, you know, just because we've been doing $35,000 for X number of years, that we should continue doing that. I know that the numbers of people that they're actually servicing are going up. I know that now they're a part of the 211 system. I know that they are trying very, very hard to provide additional services so that they don't have to wait until 32 degrees. So, for example, when they said, like, if the weather is extremely rainy and it's just not good, they're going to try to have other people. But the numbers of people that are seeking these services have certainly gone up, and the resources haven't. And so I'd like to suggest that we start out with the sum of $50,000. And I'd like to move that.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did you use second first?
Funds,
Yeah. Maybe I'd misunderstood at the last meeting, but this contains a certification of funds for $35,000.
Yes.
So we can't vote on the $50,000 unless
Okay,
it's
so
certified for the
we'll withdraw.
additional. Well, we can,
Mayor, can I?
Yes.
So this is for next year.
Okay.
This is for next year, right?
Okay.
So this is for next year's budget. The certification of funds clearly says for next year's budget, pending adoption of the budget, pending allocation of these resources. So I can change it now because it's pending next year.
that's fine. All right,
Gotta
so then
love her.
So-
It's changed to $50,000.
Yeah. Councilor D'Amato, I just noticed the grants cancellation is not 100,000, it is 48,000 receivable. That's 48,000 on one side, for 48,663, and the reserves are 57,000. That's only one side you take,
Oh, I
receivable
see.
estimate, not the total.
Thank you. Excellent.
And they have to pay rent to the St. Mark's every night that they're open, and I believe the amount was like $1,200. They have security and a lot of other things that go in here. So then I'd like to move the amendment. Is there a second, please? Thank you. Is there discussion?
Yeah.
Councilor Lockman?
I would just like to know, does MESH, are they associated with anybody that provides mental health services, or are they just strictly a homeless shelter?
They're not a homeless shelter. The MESH program here provides overnight respite for individuals who are unhoused when the weather gets to be 32 degrees. So it's not like a shelter. Night after
Yeah, it's
night
an
after night.
emergency,
Yes.
emergency shelter.
Yes.
That's good. But is there any place in Montclair where we provide any social services for people who are homeless and have mental issues? That's it?
Mayor.
Were you going to respond to?
I was.
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that
Deputy Mayor.
Mesh also provides, like, they have meals and they provide food.
Yeah.
I don't, to my, please, somebody from the township correct me, Tony's Kitchen, like, organizations like Tony's Kitchen, they don't provide services per se, but they direct people to
Yeah.
services. They also have a part-time social worker.
Yeah, they have a huge network of people that they refer to. A lot of what they do there is referral, and they work extremely close with the Essex County. And so the referrals would come there, and the Montclair mental health facilities. And you ask about locally places that we have, the Montclair Mental Health Group, and they have a residential location on Orange Road where people who need counseling can rent an apartment, different things. So we have a lot of things in the township, but I'm not certain if they do that every day there, if they provide that on site. That was not something that they offered to me when they were discussing the services that they have in there. Anyone else? Councilor Toler? Williams? Anyone else? D'Amato? No. Madam Clerk?
Okay, Mayor, just for clarification, this is Resolution R-24-267, and the motion is to adopt the resolution with the amendment from $35,000 to $50,000.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toler?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, unless I'm forgetting something, that's all of the resolutions, and we can move on.
To the
New.
bill list.
Bills list.
Bill list.
Okay, bills list.
Oh, boy.
Who's going to do the
I
bills
think that's
list?
me.
Counselor
Right,
Lockman.
Okay. Bill list resolution R-24-268, whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively, and hereinafter stated on the schedule attached hereto and made a part hereof. Council meeting, date 11/26/24, total amount $18,922,374.78. I so moved.
Second. Discussion? Counselor Toler.
Thank you. Maybe Maja can explain. I'm sorry to keep bringing you up. There's a payment, you said we're owed money to DCA for $41,000. It's a purchase order to the, I guess, the state of New Jersey. Do you know what that's for?
That could be, I'm just saying, otherwise I have to go up
Sure.
and look because I don't have access here. That could be the construction fees that our second floor, the building construction fees, part of it goes to DCA.
Okay,
That's the one.
all right. It could be. And that's the only question I have right now. Thank you.
Anyone else? Counselors? D'Amato? No? Birmingham? Anyone? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toler? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Thank you. Manager LaPola, can you take us through the new business resolution, please?
Resolution number 22 is a resolution requesting the approval of items of revenue appropriations pursuant to NJSA 40A:4-87, and this is to ask the Division of Local Government Services to insert $264,000 grant, the Clean Fleet Grant, into our budget.
Anyone? Discussion? No? Okay.
Okay. Well, these are for votes for tonight, so I don't.
Right,
All
that's
right,
what
so
I'm
you
saying.
can-
Can
all
you,
right.
anybody have any questions? Otherwise, we can go, and if they have questions
Okay, do you want
between
me to go
now
to
and
the
the next one. Yes, sir.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
Next.
All right. R 24-270 is a resolution awarding a fair and open contract to National Metering Services for the installation of water meters with radio frequency meter interface units. This is our replacement of water meters, and this is just the next order for those meters.
Yes. Counselor Toller and then Counselor Williams. And Counselor Williams.
Yeah, just in the resolution, the third whereas clause, it says 3 vendors, but there's only 2. So were we supposed to get 3?
I believe there was only 2, but I will find that answer out for you.
I guess my question is, I'm sorry, were you done? Okay. Does this mean that the town is going to install new water meters in homes that are smart meters, or?
Yes.
Okay.
We've been in the process of doing that.
I have a concern with residents and exposure, so are we certain that these are safe and there's no
Yes.
radiation, and we have
Right.
reports and
All
everything
safe.
to verify that?
Right, and we give notice when we're coming and everything else, so this is, you know,
And when will this happen roundabout? Do you
it's
know?
ongoing.
It's ongoing.
You have to call in and make an appointment. If you want them to do. And if you don't, they add, what, $16 a month to your,
I don't remember the
yeah,
exact
if you
amount,
don't,
but-
So
they
if
add-
residents don't want it, they don't have to have it. You,
Well, the goal for us is to have everyone do it because it's,
no, I understand.
yeah.
I understand that, but I'm just saying if residents, some residents may not want this in their home, and you mentioned that they can opt out. Is there an opt-out?
I think it's more of a penalty, not an opt-out.
So the penalty is what, the $16 the mayor mentioned?
Yeah, well, I know the exact amount, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Counselor Lockman.
Okay, so are these meters are put on the outside of your home? No?
Inside.
Oh, they're inside. And if you have a 3-family house, you get 3 meters? You don't sound so
You have 3
sure.
separate bills.
Yeah. No, I get 2 bills.
Well, then you'll have 2 separate meters.
Yeah, I get 2 meters. But if I wanted to have 3 separate meters, even though I only have 2 now, I have a 3-family house, but I only have 2 meters. Can you update it to have 3 meters?
I think that would have to be, you'd have to separate the system.
You'd have to
You
separate
to
the
separate
system.
it.
And how do people know about this? You said you can call in about it?
We send letters and notify them as we're going through certain neighborhoods.
So you didn't send me you,
We may not have gotten to your part of town
okay,
yet.
all right, okay, thank
Then
you.
it goes block by block.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. LaPola, unless someone else has something on that one? No, Mr. LaPola?
And then R 24-271 is a resolution to approve the temporary budget appropriation for debt service due to prior to the adoption of either the temporary or permanent budget. So what this means is our first meeting, I believe, is January 3rd. We have debt service payments on current debt that are due to be paid on January 1st. So this authorizes us to pay that on January 1st because we can't wait until January 3rd.
I just have a quick question.
Yes, Counselor
So,
Williams.
I know that the town acts as an agent on behalf of the county and the BOE in terms of collecting taxes and then distributing it to us. So I see the BOE here for debt service. Are we actually making this we're taking the taxes in and then we're making the payment on behalf of the BOE?
Councillor Williams, yeah, this is before the school became type 2 school district, like it happened in 2021. Before that, it was a type 1 school district, which means that all their debt was managed by the town. So this is a leftover of that debt. That's what we have to service it, but eventually it gets on to their levy.
Anyone else? Oh, Mr. LaPola?
Okay, R 24-272 is a resolution awarding a contract to Nielsen Ford for the provision of township automotive trucks. And there's R-24-273 is also for the purchase of vehicles. If you recall, we had a discussion about this, and we were not able to find electric vehicles that met the specifications for what need to be done. So these are those, even though it's listed as new business, we did have a discussion about these particular purchases.
I would just like, for the ease of dealing with these purchase resolutions for the fleet, when we're concerned or committed to doing something about electrifying the fleet, that we can have, like for 2025, let's say, just a single document that is provided to us that shows us what we're purchasing for the fleet. And because I feel like we go back and forth, and I can't remember which story is which, and I don't want to keep hassling people if it's the same, what was the digger that you liked? There was some piece of
It's a Caterpillar.
yeah. So I would like to get something that just shows us, even a projection of like, how many vehicles are we buying in 2025?
Part of that will be part of the budget process, but yes, we
Actually-
can do
Okay.
whatever we have planned already.
Yeah.
Not only that, how many vehicles do we have? And what are they used for? Like a vehicle
I can
list?
send that to you.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have that? Oh, okay.
I mean,
Yes, Council Williams?
just to piggyback on what Councilman D'Amato said, we're getting these, and it seems like, was it like a week ago that someone discovered that, we need, 4 F-150s or whatever the case may be? It seems like, our vehicles have a certain age, and they're nearing their useful life, and probably at a certain period of time, we could probably put together a list. I mean, which I have the vehicle list, but, I don't know if it shows the age, but in any event, and just say, hey, we need to replace all these vehicles this year. And then also, the other thing I was thinking when I was looking through this, this past weekend is, why isn't this done centrally? Like, have a person, not that I want to add to the overhead, but have a person be responsible for the municipal fleet, right? And, making sure that, have it go through one person rather than each department doing it, because, we could have some vehicles that are sitting idle, like, some of those things that are out there that I haven't gotten around to chalking it yet, but eventually I'm going to do it. But in any event, anyway, that's my comment.
Okay.
So.
Any further discussion on that? Mr. Lepola?
And I believe on R-24-243, which was the ZenCity resolution, which had previously been on for discussion and was deferred until tonight, I believe their request was that it be pulled from the agenda for now.
We were going to withdraw it again.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
No, we were. I was answering.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like for it to be withdrawn. I actually would, I would actually, I had wanted to see if the Communications Committee could actually review this product and come back to us with some kind of a recommendation.
And I would go further, just to be clear here. So, just to clear up some things. I think I emailed something about this to you in February, because I had been talking to a friend who lives in Princeton. And Princeton, she was talking about how well-managed she thought her town was, and she specifically talked about this piece of this civic engagement software. And so I emailed it to you. You looked at it and thought it was a good idea. It is a piece of equipment or software platform, and I think it was initially civilspace.io. You can find it in like Montpelier, Vermont, East Greenwich, Rhode Island, and when you look, like, I can tell you what's going on in the development of the community center in East Greenwich, Rhode Island in 5 minutes, quicker than I can tell you what's going on here in Montclair. So it was a purely, the whole reason was about communication and because I do believe we have some major projects that need to happen in our town. And so then it came up again because I think the staff, it was not my idea to introduce the resolution at that time. So what I would say is, I think you should look at this piece of software, but I also think the communication committee should look at all of the options for civic engagement and how, in terms of whether software can enhance that. So I would say, please don't just look at this one piece, look at everything that might be available. And maybe it's nothing. It was a very, it was really just, it came from Princeton. I looked at it. I thought it looked interesting, and that's what it was.
Yes.
So
Counselor D'Amato?
I think there are a few things to say about this. I'll try to be very quick. I'll try. So software is a complicated thing, and software that's like the civic software, they usually are composed of different modules. Like you'll have one thing and it'll have one name. Actually, it'll sometimes have a few names, but it'll do different things, and sometimes you'll only buy one bit of it. And a piece of software can get known for doing one thing and then also do another thing. And I think that Councilor Birmingham was interested in this, and I was, for one thing, which was literally to make a more transparent process in terms of having community engagement directly on projects. It wasn't about something that's putting its hand over social media to figure out what's going on. That may be one part of what it does. So that's the first thing, is that know that nobody was deciding to have software that was about, social media reading as the focus. I do not think that was what it was about. Two, we on the committee and in general, the township is looking and uses lots of different software. It's a very, very dynamic field. There's a lot of stuff going on. I'm a believer that the services that we delivered can actually be delivered a lot better with the application of some software. In Atlantic City this week, I spent several hours talking with some vendors, including one run-in that was hilarious, where it turned out they were using Montclair as their demo city. And I was like, hold on for a second. And then I said, you have to give it to us for free for this. Anyway, so there's a lot that I want us to look at, and everybody in the new year, and if there's new, personnel, that we will be taking a closer look at how it all fits together. So that's why I would be for, there's no emergency that anything needs to be done. However, the third thing I will say is that there is some criticism of this particular brand of software that both seems overheated in terms of what it does, and that's a normal thing, that people look at something, they race to the worst, and it just seemed overheated and not really supported by the facts. There's a lot of sensationalist, reporting, or just if you go looking for drama on the internet, you'll find it. More importantly, I do believe that there's criticism of this particular company that is quite low and just basically based on bias. There are Israeli members of the staff, or the company part of it is based in Israel. And I do believe, I'm not saying here necessarily, but that is a source of criticism. On no level will we discriminate against a company based on the country that it comes from, with two exceptions, or a few other exceptions, where we are mandated by law. You will see sometimes in our paperwork that there's a Russia and Belarus a waiver that has to be signed in some of our vendor contracts, that they are not doing business in Russia or Belarus. There may be one for Iran, North Korea, and other countries that are sanctioned by the federal government. However, beyond that, we do not pick and choose vendors based on race, nationality, or religion. And in this case, certainly not my desire to see it not on the agenda next week has, as you can probably tell if you know me, zero to do with that. So that's that.
Counselor, Manager
No,
LaPointe?
I'll defer to the council.
Counselor LaPointe, Counselor Lockman?
I mean, I'll defer if you have a follow-up question to something that Eric is saying.
I was
have a
just going,
viewpoint.
actually just wanted to clarify that we, after Councilor Birmingham had made us aware of this, we looked at it, thought it would be very beneficial, especially for big projects and everything else. This is not going to be used by police. We do not collect information from residents. And it is used by over, I think, at least 250 municipalities and cities in the United States. And I was kind of shocked, and I would agree with you that this notion that because it's based in Israel, somehow this has a international political / military component, to me, I don't want to use the word absurd, but I just don't understand it. So that was never our intent. This has been used for years by others. It's a phenomenal system. I agree, you can look at whatever systems you want to look at, but I also want to make clear that we don't look at that, and the notion that because the company is based in Israel is something that we should be concerned about is not going to happen.
Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to say, I agree with that. I don't think that if we're not prohibited by law from doing business with a company just because it happens to be based in in a particular country, I don't think that that should be a consideration in this case. I mean, I also, when I saw, for instance, use of it and the thing that really attracted me was the fact that you can see like this exact status of all of these major projects, just really clear and very transparent. I also just want to acknowledge legitimate concerns that some people have about, their information being used for, nefarious purposes. I get that. So that's why I think, any sort of examination into like the different tools that might be available, the software that might be available, should take all of those things into consideration. So that's all I wanted to say.
Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, this is not really about the software itself, but as I keep saying, I'm trying to make sure that we're trying to keep costs down in the town. And we've just hired a new communications guy. And what's he going to be doing if he can't give updates and statuses of projects? Do we really need, I really don't think I'm going to be looking at something like this as a counselor, but I would like to see our communications guy giving out a lot of information to the public. And so I feel like, why do we need this if we have him?
Yeah, I think that's the communications committee. You can do your review and see what you come up with.
Okay. Councilor Toller?
Right. I agree with Councilor Lockman. I read through it. I looked at the demo link that was shared, and I just felt like it was doing somebody's job, that we have somebody in place that can actually do this. As I stated before, I personally just want to know where the information is going. I was told it's going to stay in the cloud. I also know that if a software, whatever software we decide, if we decide to use one, it's not going to reach every single resident. So I also see that as being a bit of a waste of money, because specifically in the 4th Ward, people aren't on the town pages. They're not going to be clicking on this. They're not going to be utilizing. So is this going to even give you an accurate count of what people are doing and seeing and looking at? I don't know. Unless we can find something that's going to be a one size fit for all or most, then I would entertain something like that. But I just feel like this is actually someone's job here, personally. That's what I feel like after I read through it. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No. Okay.
It's up to vote, for a vote now.
That's how you have it listed.
This one?
Yeah, these were listed for a vote, Mayor.
Thank you. Very brief. Okay, resolution authorizing executive session without the
Mayor,
public, yes.
They were up for a vote, but at least
What?
these were listed as new businesses for votes tonight.
Oh,
That's why,
well,
I guess we could put them off until the next meeting, but that's,
did we discuss them at the conference meeting?
no.
Okay. Well, for as much as I can, I'm trying for us to have, discussion and a chance to come back and with any further questions before we're, in a position where we have to vote on something. Anything in here that you have to have us vote on tonight? Because if we don't, then something's gonna not be correct in terms of time.
With the debt service, as long as that's voted on before January 1st, that should be okay. All right? I also think there's some language in that doesn't make any sense, so we can talk about that later. I believe the only one is because the Clean Fleet Grant, because we have a closer time frame, if we can adopt that tonight. And that's just to allow for the acceptance of the grant, but we have that's the one of these things,
Okay.
that we should
All
vote,
right,
if we can vote
so
on tonight.
resolution, yes, Deputy Mayor.
Just about that one, that's my understanding too, that there is a time crunch, or else we're going to lose, the benefits of like,
Okay,
getting
so
the rebates.
Resolution R-24-269.
Can I just
Oh,
clarify
yeah.
something? Because I was speaking with Lisa Johnson about that one, and she said that this was supposed to just be about the charger at 205 Claremont. Is that correct?
No, those are separate resolutions that will be on at the next meeting for discussion.
Okay,
Right.
thank you.
Sorry, but do the trucks need to be ordered?
Yeah. We have, just to be clear, Mr. Ashley, do we have limits on how long they will keep the prices open?
No. But those are available now on the lot. So
Right.
But what's the point in waiting till the next?
Look, we can vote, if you vote, you make my life easier.
Yeah, we could vote on the trucks. couldn't we?
Right, I was going to,
No.
so,
We have a consent agenda.
Counselor Toller? Oh, okay. So, resolution R-24-269, I'd like to move that resolution.
Second.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller. Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Okay.
And then the two truck resolutions are items 25 and 26.
No, I see that, but I'm just trying to find it. And so what happens if we don't vote on these tonight?
If you could vote on those tonight, it would be great.
Yeah, they would like us to vote on it.
Wow. So, yeah, we can, but again, I think that in terms of our planning and trying to have things discussed at a conference meeting and then have them vote, if we could try to get some of this on, so that we're not like crunched for time, like if we don't vote on it. I'm sure a lot of things we'd like to happen, but if we can just be mindful moving forward that maybe some of us, and I in particular, would like to have the discussion and then a period where if we wanted to run back and talk to you or someone else, we can do that and not just see it the
Fine,
first
Mayor.
time that we have to vote on it.
Well, we did have a discussion about these before. This was a discussion before, so.
Okay, because it says new business, and
I
I
know, but
just
we did
assumed
have-
that
I
meant
think
that it
it
was
was,
new business, so I guess it didn't really mean
Originally had a discussion
that.
agenda, and then you had the questions about.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, well, anyway, if we have to vote on these tonight, then let's roll it.
Do you want me to?
Resolution R-24-271, does anybody want to move that?
272.
272,
I'll move.
second? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman.
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
Can I move the next one? Yes. Okay, resolution R-24-273, I so move.
Second?
Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes.
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Resolution at this point in time authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10-4-12B. So we're going to ask that the members of the public please excuse yourselves. We're going to go into executive session, and at the end of our executive session, we will return to the public.
I'm sorry, Mayor, is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Do we need to take a break? I know, she's holding the good stuff for like when she goes home. Yes. I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn. Oh, we did that already. Thank you. Yeah, we can do it again. Got to pay
Motion to
attention
adjourn.
around here. Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstained? Happy Thanksgiving to you, too. Oh, really? We're doing good for the order? Oh, okay, okay. Let's do good for the order.
Yeah, we're meeting in 2
Yes,
days.
I'm right. We did adjourn, but. Huh? We did adjourn. But to anybody that wants to stay and give your.
Oh, so that's interesting.
Well, go on. We can just sit here while you do that. Anybody that wants to sit here.
You do it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
You can do it on Tuesday. Right, that's fine.
I really did not think about that. I just thought we were going, and then I looked at the clock and I thought we were going home. I wasn't thinking about that. We can go back into session if they want to. I don't care, to tell you the truth. I'm unemployed now, so I got plenty of time.
You're here again.
Yes. Hello. You want to sing a duet?